These are amazing young men, are they not? It's a privilege to be able to work with them this morning. We'd like to finish in our set right now with a beautiful arrangement of God Bless America, and then we will be back in a bit for the national anthem. But again, thank you for being a great audience this morning right now, and it's just a pleasure to be here to sing for you today. So right now, we'd like to finish up this set with God Bless America.
Ladies and gentlemen, the 96th American Legion Auxiliary National Convention will resume shortly as we reset the stage and prepare for our business meeting.
This is for all you girls about 13. High school can be so rough, can be so mean. Hold on to your innocence. Stand your ground when everybody's giving in. This one's for the girls. This is for all you girls about 25. In little apartments, just trying to get by, living on
Another new city, another new town, making new memories, making each moment count. My new favorite place is where I've never been, but there's one place I go back again and again and again. Hold on, I'm coming home. I'm coming home. It's been too long, way too long, so I'm coming home to you. Can't help but smile when the plane touches down, knowing that I'll see your face in the crowd. We'll talk for hours and the world fades away. I live for these moments. My heart, it counts down the days. Hold on, I'm coming home. I'm coming home. It's been too long, way too long, so I'm coming home to you. Always come home to you. Your love is what gets me through all these days and nights. Quick goodbyes, crazy life, everything changes but you. Hold on, I'm coming home. Hold on, I'm coming home. I'm coming home. It's been too long, way too long, so I'm coming home to you. I'm coming home to you.
Honey, love, ooh, ease my mind. And I need to find time, someone to call mine. My mama said you can't hurry love. No, you'll just have to wait. She said love don't come easy, but it's a game of give and take. You can't hurry love. No, you'll just have to wait. Just trust in the good time. No matter how long it takes, how many heartaches must I stand before I find a love to let me live again? Right now, the only thing that keeps me hanging on when I feel my strength, ooh, it's almost gone. Remember, Mama said, hurry, love. No, you just have to wait. She said, love don't come easy. It's a game of give and take. How long must I wait? How much more must I take before loneliness will cause my heart to break? No, I can't bear to live my life alone. I've grown impatient for love to call my own. But when I feel that I can't go on, when these precious words keep me hanging on, I remember Mama said, hurry, love. No, you just have to wait. She said, love don't come easy. Well, it's a game of give and take. You can't hurry, love. No, you just have to wait.
Welcome back to Keeping Our Promise. the 96th American Legion Auxiliary National Convention. Here to begin our business meeting is Convention Chairman from the Department of Ohio, Donna Ray.
Good morning, delegates and guests, and welcome to Ohio for the very special 96th Annual Convention of the American Legion Auxiliary. Before we begin, I would like everyone to please take a moment to ensure your electronic devices have been placed on silent mode. Thank you. It is my honor this morning to present to you the 2015-16 National Officers of the American Legion Auxiliary. National Historian Deborah Noble of New Jersey. National Chaplain Bird Derrick of Idaho. Central Division National Vice President Linda Lancaster of West Virginia. Our Eastern Division National Vice President Helen Skelton of Delaware is at home recuperating from a heart procedure, and we wish her well. Northwestern Division National Vice President Judy Tweet of North Dakota. Southern Division National Vice President Flora Jean Craig of North Carolina. Western Division National Vice President Linda Workman of California. National Treasurer Marta Hetty of Indiana. National Secretary Mary Dubby Buckler of Indiana. And National Vice President Mary Davis of Washington. Please rise as the national colors are presented by the national president's personal pages from the Department of Illinois. Afterward, please remain standing for the introduction of our national president. This morning, it is my special privilege to introduce a wonderful lady from the great state of Illinois. Our national president served her entire year, keeping her promise to faithfully serve our mission, treating every member of the organization like family, while traveling the country to meet and honor those who have fought to protect our awesome United States of America. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming our national president, Sharon Knatzer.
It's here.
Madam President, I present this gavel so you may officially open the 96th National Convention of the American Legion Auxiliary.
Thank you, Donna.
You're welcome, Bill. Love you.
I love you. Thank you for everything. You're amazing.
My pleasure. I'll be back.
I knew that. She said she'd be back. Is that a threat or a promise? She knows I love her. Thank you, Donna. The 96th National Convention of the American Legion Auxiliary will now come to order. Please take a moment to ensure your electronic devices have been placed on silent mode. That's a second reminder. Please let us begin this morning with a prayer. Bird Derrick, our national chaplain, will lead us. Bird?
I want to say another thing first. Cincinnati, capital C-I-N-C-A-N-N-A-T-I, Cincinnati. Thank you, autocorrect. I thought after last night's storm that this passage from Scripture might be appropriate for today. It's based on Luke chapter 6, where the Lord said, "I will show you what he is like, who comes to me and hears my words and puts them into practice. He is like a man building a house who dug down deep and laid the foundation on rock. When a flood came, the torrent struck that house, but could not shake it, because it was well built. But the one who hears my words and does not put them into practice is like a man who built a house on the ground without a foundation. The moment the torrent struck that house, it collapsed, and its destruction was complete." Please feel free to pray in your faith while I pray in mine. Light of the world, we have gathered to conduct auxiliary business, to make decisions that enhance our programs, and just be together as Legion family in this house. Lord, help us to be sensitive to your leading and guide us toward the purposes that you have in mind. Your ways and thoughts are so much higher than ours. Thank you for bringing us safely to this place. God, we lift before your throne of grace our Legion family members who have suffered injury, illness, or loss of some kind. We pray for those who serve now in our stead. Be their comfort and source of total supply. Give us wisdom that when economic and enemy torrents, both foreign and domestic, come against our house, our foundation will continue to be built on the rock of godly principles as in our forefathers' day. Now, Lord, be glorified and honored in all we say and do as we lead by the example of serving. In the strong name of the one whom I call God and Lord, his name is Jesus. Amen.
Please remain standing as Brenda Collins, Chairman of the National Americanism Committee, leads us in the Pledge of Allegiance, and then remain standing for our national anthem, performed by the amazing Cincinnati Boy Choir. Brenda, please.
Join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Weren't they great? As we prepare for the start of our business, our National Constitution and Bylaws Chairman, Martha Lee Thatcher, will lead us in reciting our preamble. Martha Lee?
For God and country, we associate ourselves together for the following purposes: to uphold and defend the Constitution of the United States of America, to maintain law and order, to foster and perpetuate a 100% Americanism, to preserve the memories and incidents of our association during the Great Wars, to inculcate a sense of individual obligation to the community, state, and nation, to combat the autocracy of both the classes and the masses, to make right the master of might, to promote peace and goodwill on earth, to safeguard and transmit to posterity the principles of justice, freedom, and democracy, to participate in and contribute to the accomplishment of the aims and purposes of the American Legion, to consecrate and sanctify our association by our devotion to mutual helpfulness.
Well, here we are. I have to tell you, 1 year ago, I did not think that it was going to go this fast, but boy, did it go fast. They always say the older you get, the faster time goes, right? I really believe it. What an awesome time I've had, and I had all thanks to all of you in this room for the welcoming you gave me when I visited your department, for the notes, for the emails, for the pictures. Just amazing. And as you heard me say, keeping our promise is what I hope our American Legion family will continue to do for the next 100 years, to take care of our veterans and our military. And as a point of personal privilege, I would be remiss if I did not thank my parents, who 1 year ago, we weren't sure they'd get to Cincinnati, but they are. And I'd just like to introduce you or present to you again my parents, Clay and Irene Lofton, my dad, my original eligibility, World War II and Korea veteran. Thank you for your love and support, and thank you for everything, and thanks for being here. I love you both. Thank you. And one more thank you. Department of Illinois, where are you? Thank you. It's been a great year, and without the Team Illinois support, this is not possible. So they deserve a great big thank you from me. Thank you, everyone, and welcome to the 96th National Convention. We have much to celebrate and many important things to accomplish this week, so let's get started. We have some very important guests with us this morning, and please join me in welcoming this year's National Convention appointees. Jill Layton, Chairman of Pages. Sandra Kirby, National President's Page. Ann Flanagan, National President's Page. Deb Lewis, National President's Page. Ann Rabine, National President's Page. Chris West, Chairman of Distinguished Guest Committee. Jan Pavamaka-Ryan, a member of the Distinguished Guest Committee. Linda Oakley, member of the Distinguished Guest Committee. And Chris Dickey, our convention parliamentarian. I would like you all to remember Joanne Cronin in your prayers and thoughts. She just was not able to attend convention this year, and she was a very important part of this administration. And please remember Joanne. I know she'd love to hear from you if you have time to drop a note. It's my pleasure to invite a few special guests to the stage to bring greetings. Please welcome first Martha Setlock, Department President of Ohio.
Madam President, officers, head table, and American Legion Auxiliary members, I bring you greetings. From the Department of Ohio of American Legion Auxiliary, we welcome all of you to this great state and the city of Cincinnati. Will the Ohio delegation stand to give a big welcome? I don't think we heard it. Let's do it again, a little louder. Ohio is part of the Central Division, ranking 4th in membership. We rank 18th in the nation with over 40,000 members. During the 2015-16 year, Ohio rocked for veterans, and we plan to do some rocking with you at this convention. So welcome again and enjoy your stay and the hospitality of the great state of Ohio membership. President Sharon, did I hear you say you wanted to be a cheerleader?
One time.
One time.
Not now, I'm too old.
Well, today you can.
Oh, look at this!
Stay up here.
Oh, okay.
President Sharon, you will remember me escorting you around at Buckeye Girl State in a golf cart?
Yeah. You're not going to tell him.
Well, there is a story behind this. What I'm going to give you, and it's up to you if you want to enlighten the delegates about it, and your arrest. But first, here is the key to the golf cart that awaits you out front. But first, you have to find this cart because the Ohio delegation may have driven it away.
Who took it? I bet it was Gwen.
But all joking aside, President Sharon, we wish for you the most successful convention.
Thank you. Thank you, Martha. Thank you. This is awesome.
And you can tell them why you were arrested.
I will.
Thank you. Thank you.
Quick story behind the stolen golf cart. They have the Ohio State Patrol at their Girl State. And Martha was right. She drove me everywhere and did an awesome job. Well, one night she had to get something out of her dorm and parked the golf cart at the front door of her dorm. Well, I forget who was on with us. But anyway, we decided we were going to move the cart. So we moved the cart and hid behind the bushes, and when she came out, you should have seen the look on her face. And so then later they had me arrested by the Ohio State Patrol for stealing the golf cart. Thank you. I had a blast. Thank you so much. Next, please welcome back to the stage Donna Ray, National Convention Chairman from the Department of Ohio.
Good morning, National President Sharon. And again, welcome to Cincinnati. The Ohio American Legion family and Convention Committee hopes you will enjoy your stay in our beautiful city. During your stay, you can enjoy beautiful sights of Union Station, museums, and the Freedom Center. You can also enjoy the Newport Aquarium and the Cincinnati Zoo, where our new rhino sanctuary has just been opened. And yes, there's plenty of shopping, many fine restaurants, riverboat cruises, and yes, we do have a casino. Leave a little, take a little. Join us at the banks along the Ohio River for nightly enjoyment. I am Donna Ray, Convention Chairman, and I will be floating all around the Convention Center to assist the local pages and you with any needs or concerns that you may arise. The Convention Committee offices are located on the second floor in room 209. The Flower Committee, mail room, and local pages are in the same room. Have a piece of fudge. It is my pleasure to introduce to you the chairman of the local committees and say how proud it has been to work with these fantastic ladies. The National Convention Vice Chairman, Carol T. Robinson. Flowers Committee Chairman, Vicki Monroe. Vice Chairman of Flowers, Terry Crosswaite. Mailroom Chairman, Shelley E.Y. Riggs. Vice Chairman, Linda Close Swanger. Local Page Chairman, Gwenda Schroeder Zulch. Vice Chairman, Pam Bates. To make it easier for you to find your way, our local pages will be easy to spot. They will be wearing a red infinity scarf with red, white, and blue stars. We are looking forward to assisting you and making sure you get from one meeting to another. If you need anything, please locate a page or other members of the Convention Committee in our office, room 209. On behalf of your Convention Committee, thank you, Madam President, for giving us this opportunity to assist the auxiliary members here to experience the National Convention. Madam President Sharon, this concludes my platform remarks.
Next, please welcome to the stage Janet Jefford, immediate past National President from the Department of Connecticut. Janet?
Madam President Sharon, it is my honor to bring greetings to you on behalf of the past national presidents. Your theme this year, Keeping Our Promise, has inspired us to continue to take care of our veterans, their children, and our communities for years to come. I found this quote about promises by Norman Vincent Peale. Promises are like crying babies in a theater. They should be carried out at once.
I love that. I love that.
You have encouraged us to act now and to keep the promise of Lincoln and to keep this organization strong for another 100 years. And keeping with the baby theme, promises are just like babies. Easy to make, hard to deliver. a joke. You're supposed to not average. I'm sorry. But your leadership and your love, Sharon, for our auxiliary have helped us to recommit to deliver on our promises. Over the past years, I have witnessed how passionate you are about the auxiliary and its mission. I have heard you speak, and I have seen you cry. I have sometimes kidded you about crying so easily, but don't ever apologize for feeling so strongly about the welfare of our veterans and their families, for loving this organization so much. Oh, and before I forget, I thought you might need these. You never could have enough tissues these next 2 months.
Thank you.
Madam President, don't be embarrassed to cry lots of tears of joy during your convention as we celebrate and recognize the accomplishments of your year as National President. Please know that we have all benefited from your leadership and that you have added much to the glorious history of the American Legion Auxiliary. We wish you a wonderful convention. Enjoy every moment. Make wonderful memories. And when your convention is over, we look forward to welcoming you to join us as a past national president.
Thank you. Thank you. Enjoy. All right, thanks. Thank you so much. Thank you. We will again be utilizing the electronic voting system so that all members can clearly and easily see the voting count for each item of business. Your delegation should have already picked up your voting keypads before today's session. Please remember that the Convention Standing Rule 14 states that the voting keypads are not to be removed from the Assembly Hall. Each department representative is responsible for all keypads issued to their department. Now, treasurers out there, listen to this. Departments will be charged $100 donation to the Auxiliary Emergency Fund for each missing keypad. So be sure to count them before you turn them into the election committee at the end of the day. If for some reason you have a delegate missing and no alternate to take her place, votes for those keypads may be cast by the delegation. If you choose to abstain from voting, simply do not press any keys. If you press the wrong key on the keypad, wait a moment and then press the correct number. The keypad will register only the last key pressed. So let's take a minute and get familiar with our new electronic voting keypads by doing some practice votes. Would all delegates please stand? When your vote has been cast, you sit down so that we can ensure everyone's vote has been counted. So here's the first question. If this is your first time at American Legion Auxiliary National Convention, please press the number 1 key. If you've attended an American Legion Auxiliary National Convention before, press the number 2 key. Make your selection now. Has everyone cast their vote? Voting is now closed. Please show the results. Oh, wow. We have that's great. Oh, there I go, okay. Welcome to the new members that have never attended a national convention first. That is great. Thank you, let's welcome them. Now for our second test question. The American Legion Auxiliary's 2016 National Convention is currently being held in Cincinnati, Ohio. Press 1 for yes, press 2 for no, and press 3 if you have no clue where you are right now. Stand up and vote. Voting is now closed. Please show the results. For those 51 people, you are in Cincinnati, Ohio. That was fun. Wasn't that fun? All right. Last question. If you are a delegate from the Department of Illinois, press number 1 on the keypad. If you are a delegate from a department other than Illinois, press number 2. Stand up and vote, please. Voting is now closed. Please show the results. Great job. Everybody got it down now? All right. Let's go on then. You'll be using your keypad to vote later today, so keep them with you. Remember, at the end of each day, you must turn in your keypad to your department representative before you leave. Department representatives, please be sure to count all of your keypads before turning them in. Our first item of business is the adoption of the reports organizing the convention. The credentials report will be presented by Credentials Chairman Renee Palella, Department of Illinois. Renee?
Madam National President, the Credentials Committee met on Saturday, August 27, 2016. The following is our report. Alabama, 9 delegates. Alaska, 8. Arizona, 15. Arkansas, 8. California, 23. Colorado, 10. Connecticut, 9. Delaware, 10. District of Columbia, 6. Florida, 30. Georgia, 11. Hawaii, 6. Idaho, 8. Illinois, 26. Indiana, 38. Iowa, 23. Kansas, 14. Kentucky, 11. Louisiana, 11. Maine, 11. Maryland, 22. Massachusetts, 10. Michigan, 25. Minnesota, 31. Mississippi, 8. Missouri, 15. Montana, 8. Nebraska, 21. Nevada, 7. New Hampshire, 12. New Jersey, 13. New Mexico, 9. New York, 34. North Carolina, 12. North Dakota, 14. Ohio, 35. Oklahoma, 9. Oregon, 11. Pennsylvania, 49. Puerto Rico, 7. Rhode Island, 7. South Carolina, 9. South Dakota, 14. Tennessee, 9. Texas, 20. Utah, 8. Vermont, 11. Virginia, 13. Washington, 11. West Virginia, 11. Wisconsin, 24. Wyoming, 8. For a total count of the delegation here, 784 delegates. Madam President, on behalf of the Credentials Committee, I move that the roll of delegates hereby submitted be the official voting attendance of this convention.
The question is on the adoption of the Credentials Committee report as presented. Is there any discussion? The question is on the motion to adopt the report of the Credentials Committee. All stand up. All those in favor, please press number 1 on your keypad. Those opposed, press number 2. Please vote now. Voting is closed. Please show the results. 737 yes, 5 opposed. There is a majority in the affirmative, and the motion is carried, and the Credentials report for the 2016 National Convention has been adopted. Thank you, Renee. Appreciate you. Thank you. The Rules Chairman, Pat Cranzo, will read the proposed rules for this convention. If you would like to follow along, oops, that's your part. Sorry, Pat. I read the wrong part.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. Good morning, all. It is my responsibility to read the 96th Annual National Proposed Convention Standing Rules. Please follow along on pages 146 to 147 in your program book. Now, this is where you pretend to follow along. You take a 5-minute mental vacation. You come back, we adopt the rules so we can have a convention. Rule number 1. All meetings of the American Legion Auxiliary National Convention shall be called to order at the designated time or as soon thereafter as a quorum is present. Number 2, the chair may deviate from the printed program when necessary or expedient. 3, the Credentials Committee shall report at such times as directed by the chair. 4, the audience shall remain seated during the business of the convention. Doors will remain open unless noise or distractions interfere with the conducting of business. Delegates will be allowed to leave or enter the National Convention Hall except when balloting or elections are being held or when a guest speaker is addressing the convention body. Persons leaving the convention hall during balloting, elections, or speaker presentations will not be allowed to re-enter the convention hall until the balloting or election is completed or the guest speaker has concluded his or her presentation. Delegates may leave or enter the National Convention Hall without an escort. Smoking is not permitted. All electronic communication devices shall be turned off or silenced. Number 5, for security purposes, all persons in the National Convention Hall shall be identified, and admission to the business sessions at the National Convention shall be restricted to those persons displaying the official convention badge or other acceptable official credentials, or who are under the age of 12 years. The National Convention Hall is defined as that area predetermined and set aside for the general business sessions of the National Convention. Number 6, only authorized photographers shall be permitted on stage during the convention sessions. 7, there shall be no public presentation of gifts during National Convention except by prearrangement with the National President. 8, the chairman of each department delegation shall be charged with the responsibility of ensuring that only accredited delegates wearing official convention badges are seated with their delegation. If a delegate is absent from a meeting, an alternate delegate shall take her place with the delegation. Number 9, only voting delegates of the convention may make motions and address the National Convention in debate, except when a chairman of a national committee is also an employee of the national headquarters, in which case, as a national committee chairman, she may make a motion on behalf of the committee she chairs and address the National Convention on matters specific to motions and proposals emanating from the committee she chairs. To address the convention, the voting delegate shall rise and 1, proceed to a microphone, 2, address the chair, 3, wait to be recognized by the chair, and 4, upon being recognized by the chair, shall state her name and department. 10, all main motions, resolutions, and amendments shall be presented in writing immediately to both the chair and the secretary on the motion forms provided, signed with the full names of both the person making the motion and the person making the second. The completed motion form is then to be handed to the nearest presidential page for immediate delivery to both the chair and the secretary. Only the presidential pages can deliver the completed forms to the platform. Number 11, debate on any question shall be limited to 2 minutes for each delegate. No person shall speak on the same question more than twice without the consent of the convention. No delegate may address the convention a second time on the same question until all delegates who desire to speak on the topic have spoken. During debate, delegates, alternates, and guests are to remain seated with their own delegation or assigned seating area unless they are approaching the microphone, completing a motion form, or entering or exiting the general session. Pages may deliver messages to the stage and to other delegations at any time. Number 12, each delegate shall be entitled to 1 vote. The vote of any delegate absent and not represented by an alternate may be cast with the majority of the delegates present from her department, in accordance with the current national constitution and bylaws and standing rules. Number 13, voting shall be by voice vote or by an electronic voting keypad or device, except when the chair deems it necessary to use some other method or when a roll call is requested by the chairman of 3 department delegations. Voting by electronic voting keypad or device shall be deemed to be a division of the assembly. 14, when the chair deems electronic voting devices are to be used, packets containing electronic voting keypads shall be provided for each department. Electronic voting keypads shall not be removed from the National Convention Hall. Each department's delegation chairman or delegation secretary shall sign for the issuance and return of the electronic voting packets as instructed. Placed inside each voting packet envelope shall be A, the number of electronic voting keypads corresponding to the number of the department's voting delegates, 1 to be assigned to each voting delegate of the department. B, 1 certification sheet, which shall have the number of votes to be cast as certified by the credentials chairman. Number 15, when the chair deems paper ballots are to be used, a ballot envelope shall be provided for each department. Placed inside each envelope shall be A, the number of ballots to be cast by each department, B, 1 certification sheet, which shall have the number of votes to be cast as certified by the credentials chairman. Number 16, if and when a paper ballot is used, each chairman of the department delegation shall appoint 2 delegates to assist her in counting the number of votes cast. The chairman shall distribute a ballot to each voting delegate. Number 17, if and when a paper ballot is used, the chairman of the delegation shall enter onto the certification sheet the total number of votes cast, plus the absentee votes witnessed by assistants. The chairman of the delegation shall place the certification sheet and all the ballots in the ballot envelope. The name of the department shall be removed from the ballot envelope by the chairman of the delegation. The chairman shall return the ballot envelope as instructed. Number 18, the national president shall appoint an election and tally committee. Number 19, nomination of candidates for national division vice president shall be at the division caucuses on Saturday, August 27, 2016. Number 20, nomination of candidates for the office of national president, national vice president, national chaplain, and national historian shall be on Wednesday, August 31, 2016. Number 21, nominations of candidates for national office shall be made from the floor. Number 22, nominating speeches shall be limited to 2 minutes for each candidate, except for the candidates for national president, who will be allowed 4 minutes. There shall be no seconding speeches. Number 23, following nominating speeches for national officers on Wednesday, August 31, 2016, each of the nominees for national president, national vice president, national chaplain, and national historian shall be introduced to the National Convention by the auxiliary member making her nomination. Said introduction to be only by name and department affiliation. In response to the introduction, the nominee shall be allowed a maximum of 2 minutes for remarks. Number 24, election of national officers shall be held on Wednesday, August 31, 2016. When there is but 1 candidate for any office, The nominee may be elected by voice. When there is more than one candidate for a national office, the election shall be by paper or electronic ballot as determined by the presiding officer. A majority of votes cast shall elect each officer. When no candidate receives a majority of votes on the first ballot, a second ballot will be taken between the candidates receiving the two highest numbers of votes, with the candidate receiving the most votes on the second ballot being elected. Number 25, the National Convention parliamentarian, with the approval of the National President, National Vice President, National Secretary, and National Treasurer, is authorized to correct article and section designations, punctuation, and cross-references, and to make such technical and conforming changes as may be necessary to reflect the intent of the voting delegates in connection with any amendments to the governing documents considered at this convention. Number 26, these rules may be amended during the convention by a 2/3 vote. Madam President, by direction of the Rules Committee, I move that the convention rules be adopted as printed and read.
The question is on the adoption of the National Convention rules for 2016 as just read. Is there any discussion? The question is on the adoption of the National Convention rules for 2016. All those in favor, press the number 1 on your keypad. Those opposed, press number 2. Please stand and vote now. Voting is finished. Please show the results. 741 yes, 5 no. There being a 2/3 in the affirmative, the motion is carried and the rules for the 2016 National Convention have been adopted. Thank you, Pat, so much.
Thank you, Madam President.
The National Secretary, Debbie Buckler, will give the program report. Debbie?
Y'all have one of these? My mother was from Tennessee, so I have the liberty of being able to say, y'all have one of these? Well, as you know, due to extenuating circumstances, the agenda that is printed on pages 150 through 156 of the program book necessitated some changes. Please refer to the updated agenda that was distributed to all of the delegation secretaries during registration. The delegation secretaries are charged with communicating these updates to their delegates and alternates. So I will just comment quickly that you all know that we have the two major political party candidates for President of the United States will be visiting joint sessions of the American Legion Auxiliary, and Sons of the American Legion. This is quite an honor for this family of organizations to get this kind of national exposure by having both candidates visit. So we're very pleased that they're going to be here. It did necessitate some changes, and I'll just say that one of those changes, as you well know, is that installation is now going to be Wednesday afternoon. And I just personally want to say thank you to Sharon and Mary for your flexibility, particularly to Mary, who has family coming in from Alaska on Wednesday night. So the other thing I want to mention is occasionally I get comments about the deadlines for getting information in so that this book can be prepared. So in the spirit of goodwill, I will say this takes quite a bit of time to put together. And our deadline at national headquarters is driven by when we have to have this to the American Legion. This uploads to the printer literally right after the 4th of July. So there are a few of us who every year spend the 4th of July holiday finishing this up so that it can be uploaded. So the only way to change what an inconvenience that might be for some people who, when you back this up, as you well know, this thing doesn't write itself, would be to change when we publish this document. So I just want to, in the spirit of goodwill, thank everyone for being understanding about why the deadlines are as they are, and they are very, very tight. And my appreciation and the appreciation of National Headquarters staff for those of you who, when we send out emails and phone calls that we need more information or we need clarifying information, or occasionally we're missing a report. Thank you for your cooperation. This is quite a bit of effort to get this published. So note that there are changes in the schedule, and Madam President, that concludes my report about the program.
The chair would entertain a motion to adopt the program with the updated agenda.
I move to adopt the program as amended.
Is there a second? The question is on the motion to adopt the program as amended. Are you ready for the question? The question's on the motion to adopt the program with changes noted. Please stand, and all those in favor, press 1. Those opposed, press 2. Please vote now. Please show the results. 754 yes, 2 no. The affirmative has it, and the convention program is adopted. By adoption of these reports, the 96th National Convention of the American Legion Auxiliary is officially organized for conducting business. Thank you, everyone. I'm so happy to start this morning off with a visit from my friend, Sons of the American Legion National Commander Kevin Collier. Kevin was elected as the National Commander for the Sons of the American Legion on August 30th, 2015, during the Sons' 44th National Convention. He lives in Anchorage, Alaska, and has been a member of the Sons of the American Legion for 31 years. Kevin comes from an American Legion family, and his mother, sister, and niece are all members of the American Legion Auxiliary. Please help me welcome your 2015-2016 Sons of the American Legion National Commander, Kevin Collier from Alaska.
All right, thank you very much for that warm introduction there. It's an honor and a privilege to be able to come here and address the auxiliary once again. Unfortunately, I think this might be my last time to get to do this, but I always love coming and talking to the wonderful, beautiful ladies that do such hard work for our veterans and for our youth. Without your support, the American Legion family wouldn't be as strong as it is today. As you know, this year, Madam President had a theme of keeping the promise, and throughout the year, we've been through a couple of different events together, and we've watched and seen everything that she's done and how excited she is about the programs and how she gets everyone pumped up in the room, no matter where she's visiting, no matter what's going on, no matter what kind of day she's even had, or what might have went wrong on the way there. She's always pumped, excited, and getting everyone motivated to do their very best to remember their commitment to work those 4 pillars of the American Legion family: Americanism, VA&R, children and youth, national security. She has been such a wonderful lady to work with, and I couldn't have asked for a better president to work with. And I know, speaking with Dale Barnett, our national commander with the American Legion, he's on the same wavelength. This year, we were not just talking the talk about family, we were walking the walk. Literally in a couple of places. We did the walk, the Veterans Awareness Walk with Commander Dale, but regardless of where we were at, you could tell that the family was close-knit, and that's what it's all about. But I want to thank each and every one of you for your support of your American Legion, but especially of your Sons of the American Legion. As we all know, if it was not, well, all of the sons know, if it was not for the auxiliary members, most of the squadrons either wouldn't exist or they wouldn't be as strong, because it's of your support of us. And so we also like to try to show that support and support you in everything that we can do. So when we're out there pushing membership, we're also trying to help the auxiliary grow. And this year we took a page from the auxiliary and from the Legion. As you know, the Legion a few years ago did their strategic plan of how they were going to grow. Just a couple years ago, the auxiliary started theirs, and you're on your path to your 5-year plan for your centennial, right? Centennial? Yep, this is what you call it. This year, I initiated the same thing with the Sons of the American Legion. We have a strategic plan getting started, and we'll be coming up with our 5-year plan of how we're going to grow and develop. So everything that we can do, and I took several pages from what the auxiliary did because I liked your plan. There were several ideas. So keep up the great job. You know, it's one of those things, if you see something that's working right or looks right, why rewrite the thing? So we're started with that. We're making a few adjustments, obviously, that need to work. We're not going to reach that 1 million in 5 years, but I strongly believe the auxiliary will do that in 5 or maybe less. So one of those things, we're always going to be pushing membership and all that. But I wanted to say thank you once again. What a wonderful job, and thank you for allowing me to serve with such a wonderful lady and a true friend. And all I can do is say thank you. Keep up the great job. Remember our commitment. Keep it every day of serving our veterans, serving our youth, serving our communities, and making sure that this is the best and greatest nation forever. God bless each and every one of you. God bless our troops. And thank you very much. Have a great day.
Kevin, I want to say thank you for an awesome year. Hi, Alaska.
I was going to say, I have to say hi to my Alaska group. Big shout out to my Alaska family over there. Thank you, ladies. Wonderful job.
And I know that you like eagles, so I hope that this one will find a special place in your home. Can you hold it so you can get it out? I got the flag.
Oh, yes.
Let's stand over here.
Definitely our friendship will always continue on, Sharon, no matter what. And unfortunately, I had a gift for you. And you've seen our jackets that we have up there. Well, I also ordered one, but it came in men's size with the wrong logo. And so
It's in the mail.
It will be coming to you. It's like, I don't want to bring that up there and say, yeah, here's one with the Legion logo, the wrong name, the wrong thing. But somehow they got Georgia and Illinois mixed up. I don't know how.
Oh, nice.
So, and Legion Auxiliary. But anyways, I just wanted to let you know
Thank you.
that your gift, I apologize.
No problem. Thank you. Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much.
Thank
Let's
you.
thank Kevin for his service, ladies, please. The American Legion Auxiliary's relationship with USAA not only rewards you, it also supports your department, the national organization, and the great mission outreach programs on which we all work so hard. Here to tell you more about the program is USAA's Director of Military Affinity Management, Teresa Bellata. She is the daughter of a veteran who served 8 years in the Marine Corps Reserves and the daughter-in-law of a retired Air Force Master Sergeant. Please welcome to the stage, Teresa Bellata.
Good morning. As Sharon stated, my name is Teresa Bellata, and I'm here from USAA, and I'm so happy to be here again this year. I came and spoke to you last year as well, and it's been a great privilege to be able to do that again. She also stated I'm a daughter of a proud Marine veteran and an auxiliary member from the great state of Texas. Where's Texas? USAA and the American Legion Auxiliary have had a great partnership, and we look forward to many more years. The USAA Auxiliary Credit Card is a great way to support the auxiliary and also earn rewards for yourself for cash back, travel, and merchandise. And something new this year is the ability to donate your rewards back to the auxiliary. So if you don't have one yet, make sure you stop by the booth next door and pick up an application. If you do have one, start using it, because those rewards are earned on dollars spent, not your balances. I have a quick kind of side note here. Is Mrs. Rozier here from North Carolina and Unit 67? Is she here? Stand up. Stand up, Mrs. Rozier. Yes. She doesn't want to. So anyway, what I'm going to tell you is that she won $250 at our drawing at the booth on Friday. Her and Unit 67 won $250. So, yes, so congratulations. Yes. So if you haven't stopped by the booth to register yet, make sure you do, because you still have 2 more days for the daily drawing for you to win the $250 as well as your unit. So make sure you stop by. We also have some great representatives down there. So if you have any questions about USAA, products, services, eligibility, anything at all, please stop by. They'll be more than happy to talk to you. Now, for the real reason that I'm here. For the past year, you have been working really hard to increase the membership levels for your departments. And working with your national headquarters, I'm here to announce and reward the top 3 departments who had the highest % increase in new members. So, starting with 3rd place, this department will win $200 and 200 poppy bags, as most of you have seen before or have. We've even had a couple of people already stop by the booth and ask for these, but this is how you get them. So, 3rd place, please congratulate New Jersey. Where's New Jersey? Congratulations, New Jersey. Rally towels. 2nd place, winning $300 and 300 poppy bags, is South Carolina. Congratulations, South Carolina. And now, for 1st place, this department had the largest % increase in new members over last year. They are winning $500 and 500 poppy bags. The winner is the Department of Washington, D.C. Congratulations, Washington, D.C. Congratulations to all 3 departments. If the 3 winning department presidents have time, please stop by our booth. We'd love to take a picture of you holding your check. It's not actually the real one. You'll receive that check in the mail along with your poppy bags. But it's a large one that's great for photos that you can use in your newsletters, on your Facebook page, anywhere you'd like to. So make sure you stop by. Great job, everyone, and keep up the great work and getting new members to your departments and increasing the awareness of the auxiliary. You're doing a great job, and you'll be there in no time for your centennial, meeting those million members. Thank you so much for having me here again today, and I look forward to seeing you next year. Thank you so much, and God bless.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Bye-bye. For decades, our volunteer efforts have supported the programs that bring us the American Legion Family Youth Champions. Please welcome your 2016 American Legion Youth Champions. Please welcome from Belmont, Vermont, the 2015 American Legion Baseball All-Academic Team Captain, Joshua Wasilewski. From Springfield, Tennessee, your 2016 Boys Nation President, Uniah Crocker. From Salem, Oregon, please welcome our Junior Shooting Sports 2016 Precision Champion, Taylor Gibson. Representing Freeport, Illinois, please welcome our Junior Shooting Sports 2016 Sporter Champion, Emma Thompson. And from Burlington, Washington, and sponsored by Washington Post 91, please welcome your 2016 National Oratorical Contest winner, Benjamin Crosby. Each youth champion has agreed to share a little bit about themselves. So let's get started with Joshua, and then we'll make our way right down this line of great young people. Joshua?
Good morning. I would like to take this moment to thank God, Auxiliary National President Knatzer, and the entire American Legion Auxiliary family for having me. It is with great honor that I stand here before such an accomplished crowd of individuals who have tirelessly worked to preserve the freedom we sometimes forget to cherish. While preparing for this convention, I was constantly referenced as a distinguished guest. But in reality, all of those within the audience are truly the distinguished women who have served this country with bravery, charity, selflessness, and sacrifice. You are all the individuals who have put the well-being of others before your own, and for that I will forever be grateful. I am proud to have interacted with you, true American heroes who have served for God and for this beautiful country. I realize, again, this country, where we are free to achieve our goals, would cease to exist without your tenacious work, so thank you. When I received notice that I was named the 2015 All-Academic Team Captain of the United States, a sense of pride and humility ran through my body, knowing that I would not only have the luxury to represent my hometown post, Castleton Post 50, but my country as well. Baseball has always been a major part of my life. Frankly, I blame my parents. Seriously, I couldn't be more thankful for my mom, who I know is proudly watching down on me, and Dad, for their introduction to the game and their unflagging love and support in all that I do. When I tried out that summer of my sophomore year, I knew this was the right fit for me. American Legion Baseball has given me more than just something to do. It has allowed me to make inseparable bonds with teammates and coaches that will last a lifetime. During those sweltering summer days, I always felt compelled to perform at my highest ability. The fundamentals and basic principles taught to us by my coaches were so routinely practiced that it felt like second nature during games. And the best thing was, win or lose, during our post-game talks, my teammates and I were always greeted with new aspects of the game to concentrate on as a way to prepare for the next challenges that awaited. Playing American Legion Baseball has made for some of the best summers of my life because it has taught me respect and enhanced my leadership qualities. For baseball, when the game is on the line, you either have the ability to simply be another player or step up for the overall well-being of the team. I realize that sometimes it's necessary to take a gamble, whether I prevail or not, but in the end, knowing I did not stand idly by is what makes a difference. These ideas absorbed during Legion Ball are exactly the same principles that must be applied in the real world. Although it's hard to believe that there's a world outside of baseball, there actually is. If these same qualities can be applied, I believe that myself and others will not act as bystanders, but rather as deciding factors in the outcome of real-world situations. This program has taught me to accept failure, to recognize what led to my mistakes, and from there to only work toward bettering myself and others around me. Finally, I want to show my gratitude and true appreciation for the monetary award that came along with this prestigious honor. It was something that I did not expect to receive, but it supported my ability to attend a university where I can pursue my academic and social dreams without having to be burdened by student debt. As a college student, I am blessed where I can be in a learning environment and still continue my passion to play baseball while traveling all around New England, as well as join a fraternity, Fiji, where I'm able to pursue my desire to serve my community through philanthropy. As a member, we have been able to raise thousands of dollars for the United Service Organizations, our main philanthropy. The American Legion has taught me that there are members of society who are less fortunate than myself, and that it is my civic duty to serve and care for these individuals, especially the ones who have made the ultimate sacrifice for our country. The scholarship has also offered me the opportunity to grow my professional career. With the education I so greatly treasure, I was fortunate enough to land an internship at the end of my freshman year in college. There is nothing more satisfying than being afforded the ability to learn and receive firsthand experience about the career field that I am pursuing, civil engineering. These opportunities would not be possible without the assistance of the American Legion, and for that, I could not be more thankful to know that I am supported by such generous women. The American Legion has offered me a foundation through baseball, Boys State, and various social events, and with that, I promise to make it my mission to keep serving both God and our country. Thank you once again for having me, and God bless.
Uniah Crocker. Uniah Crocker, please come forward. Boys Nation President.
Good morning, everybody. I've been eager to get to this group because I heard that you all have the most fun, so. Well, I would like to say my name again is Uniah Crocker, and I think as many of you can tell, I am from the great state of Tennessee. I would like to thank God, and I would like to thank National President Sharon Knatzer for giving me the opportunity to be here, and thank all of you for all the things that you do that allow me to stand here today. Now, growing up in Tennessee, and I'm sure that the Tennessee delegation knows this, you grow up hearing lots and lots of stories. Stories about how you should behave, stories about how you should be raised. So today I'm going to tell you my favorite story. It's the story of the wise man and the blackbird. As the story would go, somewhere in the mountains of East Tennessee, there was said to have lived a wise man, a man that knew all, a man that could look beyond the scope of time to know things far beyond what he should have. And it wasn't long before the word of his prophecies began to spread all throughout the land, until eventually it reached the city of Knoxville, where two university students decided that they would go into the mountains and track him down, not for the purpose of enjoying his prophecy, but to attempt to prove him to be a fraud. The first student says, I'm going to collect a blackbird. I'm going to take it to the old man, and I'm going to say, is this bird alive or dead? And if he says that the bird is dead, I'll open my hands and the bird will fly away. And should he say that it's alive, I'll crush it. Well, they got a bird and they headed on up the trail and they went to the top of the mountain, and there sat the wise man. The wise men said, "Good morning, boys." And he said, "Wise man, tell us, where are we from?" He goes, "Well, you're from the university down in Knoxville." "It's very good, sir." "And wise man, tell me, what is it that I have in my hand?" "Son, you have a blackbird." "Very good." The two students shot each other a look. "And tell me, is this bird alive or dead?" And the wise man sits back and smiles and said, "Son, I don't know. It's in your hands." Now, as folky of a story as that is, it has great application, because that blackbird is much more than a framing device. That blackbird is the very future of this nation, and those two students are all of us, the youth of this nation, standing with our future in our hands, asking, waiting for someone to tell us what of it. And it's not until a wise man comes along, a group of individuals willing to inspire change and inspire us youth, that we can open our hands and let that blackbird fly free, because its captivity was being held by us the whole time. And I can say that that voice, that advocate for the future of tomorrow, is the American Legion and the American Legion Auxiliary. It is the voice of all of you. And when I say you, I look into the crowd, and do you know what I see? I see mothers, I see grandmothers, and I see great-grandmothers and aunts and sisters, people that have dedicated their lives to rearing and changing the youth. And what can I do as I stand here today than just express my extreme gratitude for all that you have done as you and yours nurture us for a future of this nation years down the road that you may not even see. It is the faith that you have in all of us that extends far beyond your own self or the care for yourself that makes the work you all do so special to me. So the scholarship that I received will help me immensely, and it's a great and wonderful gift. But the thing that I will cherish forever is the knowledge, the compassion, the ability, the opportunity, and the love that have been supplied to me by you all. Thank you all for giving me this wonderful opportunity. I look forward to meeting more of you. God bless. Thank you.
I think future presidents. I attended shooting sports this year, and I will tell you there were 24 young women and 6 young men in the final 30 of the shooting sports competition. Please welcome Taylor Gibson. Taylor?
Good morning. I would like to start off by thanking the National President of the Auxiliary, Ms. Sharon Knatzer, along with my local post in Salem, Oregon, Post 9. I see you over there. Many times when guys learn that I competitively shoot, they often ask if I like to shoot like a girl. I like to respond with, "Of course I do." You see, shooting isn't about gender, age, race, or religion. Anyone can do it. Standing here before you, I represent every other junior precision shooter in the nation. Someday, I will represent my entire country when I stand at the top of the Olympic podium listening to our national anthem. It is always important to have goals, and that is my ultimate goal. The generous scholarship granted to me will put me one step closer to that goal by aiding me in college, where I may continue to grow and improve my skills. This competition has taught me just how rigorous it will be to make this dream of mine come true, but I'm willing to put in the hard work it will take to get there. Competition is always tough, and you have to make every point count. There will be rocks in my path, but I will learn to overcome them. There will be bumps in the road, and while they may slow me down, they will never stop me. I know I have big dreams, and with big dreams comes big setbacks. But that is perfectly okay, because as long as I have that dream in mind, I can keep moving forward. I have been told by many others that I'd never make it to where I am now. They said I'd never be good enough, that I was too young or inexperienced. But because of the American Legion, the Sons, and the Auxiliary, I can tell them that they were wrong. Your support is what got me here. You have created endless opportunities for not only me, but families and children all over America. Opportunities that open new doors to our futures. Opportunities to show the world what we are all about and the amazing things that we can do. Opportunities to fulfill our dreams, no matter how big, and reach for the stars, because not even the sky can limit us. You give us the tools and motivation to do our best, so we thank you. I want to remind you that when I stand here today, I'm standing for the kids like me. But when I stand on top of that podium, I will proudly be standing for all of you. Thank you.
Next, please welcome Emma Thompson.
Good morning, ladies. I'd like to start by thanking the National President, Sharon Knatzer, and the American Legion Auxiliary for providing this wonderful experience and inviting me to be a part of your convention. It's an honor to be here, and I'm excited to meet all of you. My involvement with the American Legion and the Auxiliary have been incredible from start to finish. The dedication, kindness, and generosity shown by all of you has really shown me what it means to be part of the American Legion family. I started my shooting career through my high school's NJROTC unit. It has undoubtedly been one of the best organizations I have ever been a part of. The program has helped countless cadets to better their lives and understand what it means to be part of a team. The unit teaches students to have a strong sense of self-discipline, self-motivation, and selflessness toward others. It pushes you to do your best, not only for yourself, but for your peers. JROTC works together not as a group of individuals, but one family striving for the same goal, to be the best American community we can be. JROTC is run by a student-led staff. Every member of the staff has a job that's essential to the unit. I'm currently the supply officer for our staff, and my job is to manage all uniform and equipment issues. The involvement with the staff is very rewarding. We learn how to work together and build each other up instead of tear each other down. It just so happens that our current commanding officer is the first girl to take that role in 4 years and is also the commander of our air rifle team. The teamwork and hospitality shown through JROTC has only fueled my passion to join an NROTC unit in college so that I may become a member of the United States Navy. I'd like to take this time to thank all of the men and women in our armed forces and to express how important their job is, how important it is to defend American ideals and freedom throughout the world, how important it is to stand side by side, no matter if you're male or female, big or little, young or old, how important it is to stand as one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. There has been a growth of inspirational women recently. Some examples are Condoleezza Rice, Michelle Obama, and Hillary Clinton. These women, along with many others, have set the precedent for women around the world. They have especially impacted my all-female rifle team. We are making our statement to the country that women can be strong, women can be leaders, whether that be in government, business, the junior shooting sport, or fighting around the world in the armed forces. Those inspirational women motivate us every day to try our best and become someone you all can be proud of. Thank you, all of you, for inspiring thousands of people every day with what you do. Thank you for the wonderful experience here in Cincinnati and for the unbelievable memories that I will carry with me for the rest of my life. I promise to make you proud as a leader in my community, my country, and my world. I hope this is not the last time you see a shooter from Freeport High School standing in front of you.
And next we'll hear from Benjamin Crosby. Benjamin?
Mahatma Gandhi once said, "The best way to find yourself is to lose yourself in the service of others." For years, the American Legion family has done just that, and through your service have allowed American youth like myself to truly find themselves. I'd like to begin today by telling you how participating in the American Legion's Constitutional Oratorical Contest has individually benefited me. See, about a year ago, if you were to ask me, what do you want to be when you grow up? I would tell you that I want to be a lawyer. And that would usually merit one of two responses. Either people would say, "I'm very sorry to hear that," or they would ask what type of lawyer I want to be. And if that happened, I would tell them, I'm really not sure yet. But thanks to participating in the American Legion's programs, I can tell you today that I want to be a lawyer specializing in constitutional law and hope one day to defend the people of the United States before the United States Supreme Court. But the reason that I actually originally got involved in the American Legion's programs, the reason I actually got originally involved in the constitutional program, wasn't actually because of me, it was because of my sister. My older sister, Katie, started in the program 2 years before I did. And in the future, the 4 other sisters that I have will follow after. And so this introduces a concept that I truly want to share today, and that's the concept of family. Because for me, the American Legion's programs haven't just benefited me. They've been a family program that has benefited every member of that family. And in the same way, the American Legion, so too, is not one unit, but rather an interconnected unit. It is a family. A family is defined as an interconnected group of people who are bound together by common convictions. And that's what the American Legion is. The American Legion is a unit that is tied together by their convictions. The American Legion is not the American Legion, is not the Sons of the American Legion, is not the American Legion Auxiliary, but is the American Legion family. And it is that family which I wish to thank here today. Because the family is the most important unit in our society. As former Pope John Paul II once said, "As the family goes, so goes the nation, and so goes the whole world in which we live." The American Legion family, as a family, through your gift of these programs, have done something for me as an individual which I cannot thank you enough for. But I'm here to tell you today that your programs have not benefited one young man from Burlington, Washington, but all American youth. Your programs have not benefited 5 people on this stage, but all American youth. Your programs have not even simply benefited the thousands of American youth that are in the programs, but in the end will benefit all American youth. Now, as I'm here today, I'm reminded of a quote by our former president, John F. Kennedy. And John F. Kennedy once said that the highest form of appreciation is not simply to utter words, but to live by them. Through your gift of this program, you have created an opportunity for me. But I would be remiss if I did not remind you that that opportunity is also a duty. and it's also an obligation. Through the opportunity which you have given me, I truly feel that the American Legion family, by adopting us into this family, by adopting us into this interconnected group whose convictions we share, you've created a duty and obligation for us to take that message, to take these principles, and to spread them around our nation and around our world. And it's that opportunity and that duty which I cannot thank you enough for. Now, I want to end today by reading a poem. And this poem was by a man named Joachim Miller. And this poem illustrates how important your role as American Legion Auxiliary members is in this family of the American Legion, how important your role is in the family of America. And the poem goes like this: "The greatest battle that ever was fought, shall I tell you where and when? On the maps of the world you will find it not. 'Twas fought by the mothers of men. 'Twas fought not with cannon or battle shot, with sword or noble pen, and not by wonderful words or thoughts from the minds of wonderful men, but deep in a walled-up woman's heart, of a woman who would not yield, who bravely, silently bore her part. Lo, there is the battlefield." And so I want to take this opportunity to thank you for everything that you've given to this country, to everything that you've given to me, and everything that you've given to the thousands of American youth in our nation today and in our nation tomorrow. And I want to thank you for your gift and for your true heroism. God bless the Auxiliary, and God bless the United States of America. Now, as I go around to a lot of American Legion events, I find it's always good policy to bring a gift, because you end up getting a lot of stuff from very generous people. And so this is just a very small token of our appreciation, which I'd like to give to the president of the American Legion Auxiliary, just to say thank you for everything that you've done.
I want to tell you before they leave that the Eagle Scout of the Year was not able to attend because he's attending West Point. Are your parents in the room? Where are our parents? Where are the parents of these fine young people? Stand up and wave to me. There they are. I met many of them on my travels. I attended several department oratorical contests, the Junior Shooting Sports Nationals, Boys Nation, Girls Nation, and the American Legion World Series. I want you to know our country's in great hands with young people like these behind me. Thank you all so very much. Another round of applause for our young people. Thank you to all of our youth champions, and thank you especially to my friend Shane Abrams, Assistant Director of the American Legion's Americanism Division, for helping me make this happen. Thank you, Shane, so much. Thank you. Another great youth. Here with us today is Emerson, Emmy as we call her, Breabeska, our 2016 Girls Nation president from Texas. Emmy volunteers with the Christian Community Storehouse and is involved in the Keller High School National Honor Society. She runs cross country and track and is a member of her school's student council. This summer, she took part in the West Point Summer Leadership Experience and received the Outstanding Leadership Award. So what amazing career does this talented young lady have in her future? Emmy hopes to receive an appointment to the United States Military Academy and join the Army. Woohoo! Please help me welcome Emmy. Emmy, if you would, please tell us a little bit about your Girls Nation experience and how your relationship with the American Legion Auxiliary. Emmy.
Hello to you all, members of the American Legion Auxiliary. Before I go any further, several extremely large thank yous are due to each and every one of you sitting in this room. One thank you is for the incredible service that you provide to our veterans and military members, which goes beyond the call of duty that could be asked of your average American citizen. But you, my friends, are not average American citizens. And just one more example of your great service to this country is the Girls Nation program, which is the heart of my second thank you that I owe to you. I thank you not only for the most memorable week of my life, but also for the complete and wholly positive change that being a part of this country's greatest youth program brought to me. Please allow me to elaborate. There is nothing more humbling than arriving in our nation's capital, a city bursting at the seams with history, alongside 99 of the finest young women that America has to offer. What humbled me even more was that these 99 young women got together and elected me to be their representative spokesperson. Because that is what it means to be a president. Yes, to lead, but first to represent, to reflect back the character of the people who put you in the position that you are in. And here's the character that I desire to reflect back to you during my time with you today. You see, Girls Nation senators are not inherently any more special than your average high school senior. But it is their service to others and their service to this country that sets them apart from anyone else. During my time spent at Girls Nation, I met girls genuinely concerned with the state of America's politics, the expanding of civil rights, and finding the answer to ending plagues of hatred. Did we find a way to solve these issues while in DC? No, not necessarily. But what we did find was the support of like-minded girls, and perhaps that was all that we needed to believe in our own individual ability to collectively lead our nation. It is truly amazing what big a change a little bit of personal courage can bring. For myself, my own future dreams were solidified. No, I do not want to run for the presidency, and no, I am not particularly apt to run for any other form of public office. However, I firmly believe that civil service to this country goes beyond politics, even if governmental workings was the basis of the Girls Nation program. You see, I want to give back to my country in the form of service in our nation's military. I want to put boots on the ground, on the front lines, where conditions are almost unbearable. I want to lead the men and women who are placing their lives on the line for the sake of our freedom. And I want to do it despite any challenge or opposition that may arise in the process. Because for many, including myself, the ceiling of my capabilities lies not in my biological limits, but in my dedication to that flag. I love this country, and I love the democratic values that it was founded upon. And as a result, not only do I want to fight for that flag, but I would be more than willing to sacrifice my life for it. Yes, this intense passion and patriotism has always been inside of me, but I must admit that my time at Girls Nation greatly expanded upon this love of country. And for that, I believe the greatest thanks to you is due. Not all Girls Nation senators share this aspiration of mine, and frankly, I wouldn't expect nor necessarily want them to. See, we need people to run for office, and we need people to become doctors, and we need people to develop cutting-edge technology just as much as we need service members to fight for our safety and our freedom. And that right there just might be the most beautiful aspect of Girls Nation and Girls Nation senators, our diversity. Yes, we share a common goal of leading America for the better, but we differ in our contribution to achieving that goal. America needs this multifaceted approach towards progress. America needs a generation to be ready for when the time comes. Well, rest assured, for I have seen the future in the eyes of every Girls Nation senators, and they alone represent thousands of more young women who are ready to step up when they are needed. Together we can, and together we will do this. Once again, I thank you for inviting me out to your wonderful convention. It has been an honor not only to serve in a large capacity throughout the Girls State and Girls Nation programs, but also to witness the incredible service that you, the American Legion Auxiliary, indulges in. Thank you, and I sincerely hope that you enjoy the rest of the 96th Annual National Convention. Bless you all.
Emmy, you are awesome. I so enjoyed spending the time at Girls Nation and watching our senators. I'm so glad to hear about your military, which I already knew, but I'm glad you shared it with these ladies. But a small remembrance of being Girls Nation president from our American Legion Auxiliary. I want you to open it. It's blue. Oh, there we go. They tied it.
Tied it tight.
They did.
Who tied it tight?
It's a Tiffany bracelet with the Girls Nation charm on it. It's with a sapphire.
Thank you.
Let's step over here and get our picture taken.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for being here. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
For National Chairman Pam Ray, Girls Nation has always been inspirational, educational, and fun. This year, as National Chairman, she worked to encourage these bright young women to take their places as future leaders of our country and the American Legion Auxiliary. Please welcome our National Girls State and Girls Nation Committee Chairman, Pam Ray.
Good morning. Madam National President Sharon, American Legion Auxiliary Girls State programs continue to develop future leaders through the teachings of leadership, citizenship, patriotism, self-confidence, and who the American Legion Auxiliary is, what we do, and why we matter. While each program provides that knowledge in different ways, they all attract strong young women that see the promise of success in our program. Military academies and universities across the country view ALA Girls State and ALA Girls Nation as programs that produce promising candidates for their prestigious programs. ALA Alaska Girls State held a unit appreciation dinner during their session, inviting the sponsoring unit members to join them for an evening of fun. The unit members shared information about the American Legion Auxiliary and the benefits of membership, while the girls shared what they had done during their session. It was a win-win for all involved. Thank you, Alaska. The Department of South Dakota wanted to utilize many forms of media to share the American Legion Auxiliary's mission. By inviting all forms of media to their program to interact with the girls, they received newspaper and television coverage. The girls shared their excitement for the program, and Director of South Dakota Girls State, Cheryl Havorka, shared the goals of the program. This fulfills the promise to teach youth and to the ALA through branding, public relations, and the teaching of patriotism. Yeah. Thank you, Department of South Dakota, for your continued promise to this organization to educate our youth and our communities. We would like to welcome the Department of Hawaii back to the ALA Girls State program. For the first time in 34 years, ALA Aloha Girls State was held June 6th through the 9th, 2016. The 32 participants elected city and state positions and held state senate at the state capitol in Honolulu to debate bills affecting Hawaii. They met with female state senators, representatives, and Hawaii cabinet positions. A special thanks goes to Kiana Stewart, a young Hawaiian student that attended the Department of Oregon's Girls State last year. She returned home and spoke to her social studies teacher about it and wondered why Hawaii did not have a program. Mr. Eric Eads contacted the American Legion Auxiliary. A former Missouri Girls State citizen and ALA member, Haley Culp, is in Hawaii while her husband is stationed there. She and a devoted group of ALA members, along with Mr. Eads and his wife, put this program together with excellent guidance by the national organization. The ALA Aloha Girls State team is committed to strengthening the program and the Department of Hawaii to sustain this program. Alton Unit 72 in the Department of New Hampshire works hard all year on their ALA Girls State program. The ladies see their name on the marquee, letting them know how important they are and how happy the unit is to sponsor them. The unit president personally welcomes them to the orientation. Way to go, Alton Unit. The 70th session of the American Legion Auxiliary Girls Nation was held at the 4-H Center in Chevy Chase, Maryland from July 23rd through the 30th. An excited group of 100 U.S. senators spent the week debating their bills and resolutions and had some time to take in a few sites during the week as well. Visits to the monument and Capitol Hill kept the girls very busy. They had the opportunity to tour the interior of the Pentagon and visit the 9/11 Memorial. After a busy week of Senate debate, we took a relaxed walking tour of the Jefferson Memorial, the FDR Memorial, and the Martin Luther King Memorial. Unfortunately, due to the president's busy schedule and heightened security, the ladies did not have the opportunity to meet with President Obama. Many senators stated that while it is a great honor to do that, they did not attend ALA Girls Nation for that reason. This shows the caliber of young ladies you all selected. Our senators also participated in Socks of Love, a program that fills socks with needed toiletries for the homeless. These were presented to the Executive Director of U.S. Vets, a nonprofit organization providing housing, employment, and counseling services to our nation's veterans. This year's senators elected their president and their vice president. The Vice President is Alexa Holston from the Department of Colorado. And our President was Emmy Bribieska from the Department of Texas, who you just met. Madam President, as you can see, the ALA Girls State and Girls Nation programs are working the mission of the American Legion Auxiliary and focusing on the goals of our Centennial Plan through branding, PR, and mission projects, along with the information about the ALA to encourage them to be part of ALA through membership. Madam President, this concludes my platform remarks.
Are there any resolutions, Pam?
No, Madam President, there are none.
Pam, I had a great time at Girls Nation. Thank you so much for your report. And I have to say, I am so proud of our Girls Nation committee and Dana Costco from National Headquarters for being a team. I had lots of emails and comments upon my return from Girls Nation on how awesome their experience was, and we thank you and your committee for leading by example. Thank you. It is my pleasure, whoops, sorry. Okay, I was right, I'm sorry. It's my pleasure to introduce the 2016 Ohio Convention Corporation President, Mr. James Morris.
Madam President, officers of the auxiliary, delegates, and guests to this convention. And on behalf of the Department of Ohio Convention Corporation, I welcome you to the great city of Cincinnati. And a great big thank you to all the Ohio people out here, all the ladies that helped us. Would you please let me know where you're at? Yeah, okay. We couldn't do this convention without those people who helped in our packets and badges. They helped in the parade yesterday. They've helped us all along, and I just want to say thank you, thank you, thank you to them. And thank you to everybody for showing up in the great city of Cincinnati. I hope you have a great time. This is a beautiful city. There's a lot to do, a lot to see, and a lot of good places to eat. And the casino would love to have you come. So. Thank you very much. I just wanted to tell Sharon, I hope you have a great convention and hope you all enjoy yourself for the rest of the week in Cincinnati. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, James. Joining me next on stage is the leader of the nation's largest veterans organization. National Commander Dale Barnett was elected during the 97th American Legion National Convention. He graduated from the U.S. Military Academy and served as an Army infantry officer from 1974 to 1996, retiring as Lieutenant Colonel. A member of the Log Cabin American Legion Post 105 in Fayetteville, Georgia. Did I do good, Dale? He served the American Legion at every level, including Department Commander of Georgia in 2007-2008. Dale's decorations include the Legion of Merit, Bronze Star, Army Commendation Medal, the Army Achievement Medal, and many more. I've read you everything that he is, but more than that, he's my friend. Please welcome to the stage our guest, my friend, and our American Legion National Commander, Dale Barnett, along with his wife Donna and aide Dewey Moss.
Please sit down. I'm overwhelmed. I am overwhelmed. Madam President, Sharon has been an incredible president. And I want to welcome all the past national presidents, all these great leaders that you've had, and you great members of the American Legion Auxiliary. And I've got one message for you today. The message is family. And I will tell you, you can applaud. When the announcement was made that I was going to be a potential candidate for national commander, I already knew this great family that has led your organization. Because Marty was my commander in 2007, 2008. And I got to meet the Canaster family. And let me tell you, what a Legion family they are. What a Legion family they are. They exemplify what we should be nationwide. And when the announcement was made that Sharon was going to possibly be your national president the same year that I was going to be national commander, I can remember we were at Boonville, Indiana. And we hugged each other, and she says, I want to start the family the very first day we go in office. And we had a joint reception, and that was important. And we fought for the membership shirts that had the ladies cut, because she fought, and she said she wanted to share the message. But I will tell you, what a great message she shared across this nation. And I was so excited to be backstage and listen to a few of the youth award winners. And we went together as a family to junior shooting sports, oratorical, Boys Nation, Girls Nation. We went as a family. So let's never forget family. And Sharon, we got something for both you and Marty as a token of appreciation. And it happens to be, for you, a family thing. If you would join me up here. It's a small box, but it sends a big message. If you would please open it up. It's a very small box.
It's okay. Great things come in small packages.
Oh, no, open it up. Let me tell you what she just got. She got a locket, and inside it is a photo of Mom and Dad, Clint and Irene. Thank you. Marty, you're not going to get off that easy. I'm not sure I want to make him cry. But I really do. When he wears this, he's probably crying a lot. Marty, if you would open up your present. See, I'm a Big Ten fan.
And so are we.
It's the Fighting Illini. That's why he may cry a lot. Okay. Thank you. Thank you all. Have a great 98th convention. God love you all. Thank you for what you do. And let's carry on the great traditions of the American Legion as we move forward to our 100th year. God bless you. Thank you.
Ladies, I do have a few gifts. First of all, for Commander Dale. And you have lots of relaxing time now. So.
You haven't talked to Donna yet. I forgot to introduce my wife, Donna.
Shopping. But anyway, this is for you, and I hope that you'll enjoy it in your relaxing time.
Okay.
You can open it.
Thank you.
Oh, there's all kinds of stuff.
Cooling towel. Titanium core golf balls. I'll lose them a lot.
Let me
so.
help ya.
Okay. A gift certificate for the Frog, there, which is a golf course in my area.
In Georgia.
In Georgia. a cleaning brush. You got to be clean, brave, reverent, thrifty. And I break these all the time. Golf tee. And what?
A card later.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much.
Those are heavy. I hope you enjoy that. Donna, will you join me? Donna and I have had a great time traveling this year. Sometimes her and Marty got in trouble together. But I have to tell you, Donna and I have become fast friends, and our friendship will be forever. This is just a little something for you, and there's something inside if it's not. You open it first, and I'll tell you. She loves backpacks. Now, there should be something in the pocket in there.
Which pocket?
I don't know. She asked me which pocket. I told her I didn't know. Not that one.
Not that one. Not that one.
Well, what it is,
There's one more.
I don't know. Well, there is a gift card for her to send a picture to me after she plants all the perennials she's going to buy at Lowe's because she loves to garden. So I have a gift card for you from Lowe's to put some new perennials in, put Dale to work. Oh, you're going to put it on. All right. Yes. There you go. Okay. Thank you. I'm just making sure they didn't put the wrong one in here. They might have. Dewey, come here. Dewey, 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 Dewey. As you all know, the aide gives up a year of his life also to travel with the commander. And I have been very proud to call Dewey my friend, and he's been a huge, huge support when Marty wasn't there for me. He tried to train Marty as an aide. He's tried. He tried to train Marty as an aide on our first trip together, but then there was too long between the first trip and the second trip, and he had to start over. Right, Marty? Just a little something from me to you, from Marty and I to you.
Thank you so much.
Yes. We know you like bow ties. Yeah, it's in there.
Oh, a bow tie.
He loves bow ties.
I
There's
should have
something
had
else
one
in
today.
there.
And a gift certificate.
For the koi pond.
Oh, great.
He's going to put a koi pond in. So we started off his koi pond in Georgia.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Oh, we gotta walk up here. I'm sorry. Got a pink sweat. This is our fun handshake for the convention. Thank you so much for taking time out of your busy schedules to be here. And thank you, honey, for coming over and joining me to thank our commander, our first lady, and our aide. Thank you. I know that takes a little time, but it's nice to recognize them. One of our nation's greatest assets is our youth. American Legion Auxiliary departments and units recognize this and are dedicated to protecting, caring for, and supporting our children, especially those of our military and veterans. Recently, I had the honor to present 8-year-old Alan with a certificate to thank him for raising over $36,000 for Honor Flight, Florida. He doesn't see it as dollars. He sees it in the number of veterans.
Please welcome our National Children and Youth Committee Chair, Kathy Dungan.
Madam National President, units and members kept their promise as they promoted the Children and Youth Program this year. I received excellent reports from department chairmen highlighting their units and members' work and dedication for children. One of those outstanding reports was from Banner, Unit 109, North Carolina. They fulfilled their promise to protect, care for, and support veterans and military children and children in their community. Some of their activities were a back-to-school bash for National Guardsmen children, providing boxes of school supplies. On Military Appreciation Day at their state fair, unit members donated 100 patriotic toy bags and free ride tickets to military and veterans children. Members provided Valentine goodies for Guardsmen and their families. Promoting the Star Spangled Kids initiative by raising awareness of the U.S. Constitution, they visited schools and explained the writing and signing of the Constitution using students as actors. They distributed the comic book, Our Country's Flag, patriotic hats, pencils, and candy. Children were taught how to respect the American flag. At Christmas, Unit 109 members took care of their Guard children by decorating the armory and providing entertainment with visits from Mrs. Claus, elves, and Rudolph. And they distributed 60 bags of toys. For the month of the military child, large baskets of blankets and cuddly bears were provided to the pediatric ward at Fort Bragg. Tribute certificates and dog tag necklaces were given to military children, thanking them for their service. They also provided Easter basket for Guardsmen's children. And the unit donated 15 bicycles and helmets at Christmas time to children in their community. Congratulations, Unit 109 of North Carolina, for an awesome children and youth program this year. Another outstanding unit was Elmore, Unit 26 of Idaho. Their unit is located near Mountain Home Air Force Base, giving them the opportunity to participate in the base's Halloween Boo Bash held for 150 military children. They provided 200 cupcakes for the annual Cupcake Walk. The children dressed up in costumes and fun was had by all. At Christmas, unit members provided goodies for the Children's Candy Walk at the Air Force Base's Winterfest. They donated toys to Mountain State's Tumor Institution's Toy Barn, where children select a toy from the toy barn after receiving their cancer treatments. Unit members sewed and donated pillowcases to 3 different organizations that help families in crisis. Each child chooses a pillowcase for their very own. Unit 26 of Idaho kept their promise of service, not self. Great job, Unit 26. There is no doubt that auxiliary members take their duties seriously to protect and care for our children. Units and members across the country did an amazing job this year, demonstrating we can make a difference in the life of a child, regardless the size of our unit. To quote Herbert Hoover, our 31st president, children are our most valuable resource. Let's continue to invest in their future. Madam National President, this concludes my platform remarks.
Are there any resolutions?
No, Madam President, there are not.
Thank you. Thanks for a great report. Great report, Kathy. Thank you so much. Our Legion family's concern for our nation's youth is first and foremost the mission of the Child Welfare Foundation. Each year, the Foundation Board reviews hundreds of grant applications from worthy, nonprofit, youth-oriented organizations. Representing the American Legion Auxiliary is the liaison to the Child Welfare Foundation, past National President Linda Newsom.
I wish that I could be like the cool kids, 'cause all the cool kids, they seem to fit in. I wish that I could be like the cool kids, like the cool kids.
Madam National President, keeping our promise, that certainly describes the work of the American Legion's Child Welfare Foundation. The American Legion Auxiliary is proud of its participation in and support of the American Legion's foremost philanthropic priority in educating the public about the needs of children across the nation, the Child Welfare Foundation. Established in 1954, the Child Welfare Foundation has awarded more than $14.4 million in grants to assist America's children. During the 2016 calendar year, 138 grant applications were received for consideration by the Foundation Board. The board's screening committee recommended awarding 24 grants, totaling $640,395. The auxiliary, together with the SAL, sponsored 7 grants. Amongst the recipients is the American Printing House for the Blind of Louisville, Kentucky, which received $31,000 for its project entitled Braille Tales, Sharing the Joy of Reading. This grant will help build an enthusiasm for reading and build sighted parents' confidence in the use of accessible reading for their child. The auxiliary also co-sponsored a grant of $10,000 to the organization Defending the Blue Line of Hastings, Minnesota, for its project entitled Military Kids Scholarship Project, which will provide free equipment for military kids, attendance at summer camps, and other costs associated with athletics. Located in Chicago, Illinois, $15,000 was granted to the Kids in Danger for their project, Safe from the Start Safety Booklet, which will fund a booklet that addresses various safety topics, including tips regarding choking hazards, child-proofing, and how to check for recalls. The National Children's Alliance of Washington, D.C. was awarded $60,360 to provide children's advocacy centers and caregivers with knowledge and tools to recognize and address children with sexual behavior problems, and provide children's organizations with the resources to advocate and implement prevention initiatives in their own communities. $27,721 was awarded to the Talk About Curing Autism of Irvine, California, for its project, Autism Journey Guides, which will provide parents with information, research, and important next steps on treating autism with the intent of recovery. Young Marines of Washington, D.C. was awarded $50,000 for its project, Young Marines Drug Demand Reduction, which will underwrite the purchase and dissemination of anti-drug literature and promotional items. And as the national president has remarked, and I quote, "It's the little things." An award of $1,630 for its project, Sharing Fishing Stories with Veterans, was granted. I urge posts, units, squadrons, and their departments to investigate what grants might aid them in promoting children's projects. Contributions to the foundation this year totaled just under $653,970, an increase over last year. Sons of the American Legion led the way again with contributions of $360,299, bringing them, drum roll, bringing them to just a pinch under $7 million since their first contribution. Contributions of $162,115 were received from the American Legion, which was followed by the auxiliary contributing total $94,469, an increase of $5,880 from last year. Good job. Together with other contributions and requests, brought our total to the $653,969. So with these funds and your continued support of the Child Welfare Foundation, we were able to keep our promise in our support and our dollars to help the children of our nation. Madam President, while this concludes my platform remarks, with your permission, I would like to present two distinguished guests who have joined us this morning. Thank you. Jason Keys, Army veteran and Legionnaire from the Department of Illinois, joined the Legion's headquarters staff in 2002. He currently serves as Deputy Director of the Americanism Division and the Executive Secretary of the American Legion Child Welfare Foundation. Joining Jason on the stage is a very special friend of mine. Herbert J. Petit, Jr. is a Vietnam combat vet who served in the U.S. Marine Corps from 1966 to 1969. He joined the American Legion Ed Bronner Post 307 in New Orleans. Did I slosh that enough? New Orleans in 1972. He has been active in the post, district, and department and served as department commander for 2012-13 Legion year. And when I served as national president, he was my unofficial aide, although officially national commander Bill Detweiler's aide. Herbie served as chairman of Louisiana Department of Children and Youth Commission for 30 years. In 2004, he received the National Children and Youth Chairman of the Year Award. Herbie currently is a member of the Board of Directors of the Child Welfare Foundation. Please welcome Herbert Petit. Herbie.
Thank you. Good morning, and thank you for that warm welcome. Madam President, past national presidents, distinguished guests, fellow delegates, thank you for your strong support of the American Legion Child Welfare Foundation. Through your generosity, our donations together impacted over hundreds of thousands of children throughout our great nation. At this time, I would like to recognize the departments that have gone above and beyond the 2015-2016 donation year. Our first award is an Excellence Award. It's awarded to the department with the highest per capita contribution average for the contribution year. The winner, Department of Florida. Florida, achieving the highest per capita giving in 2015. American Legion Auxiliary, the Department of Florida.
Florida, I am so proud of you. Thank you for all your hard work.
The next award, the Meritorious Achievement Award, is awarded to the top department experiences the highest increase in per capita giving in the contribution year. The winner, Department of South Dakota. Achieving the highest increase in per capita giving in the year 2015-16, American Legion Auxiliary, Department of South Dakota.
I want to thank everyone in South Dakota for all their hard work. This is wonderful.
The next award, the U.S. UD Grant Legacy Award, is awarded to the top department nationally based on the combined total contributions of the American Legion, the Auxiliary, the 8 and 40, and SALS. This year's contribution winner, Department of Florida. Presented to the American Legion family, the Auxiliary, the 8 and 40, and the SALS, Department of Florida. Thank you. Say again?
We did it, Florida. Thank you for all your work.
Our last award, the Garland D. Murphy Jr. Award, awarded to the most active department in the nation based on actual contributions received during the contribution year. The winner, Department of Florida. The Garland D. Murphy Jr. Award, presented to the American Legion Child Welfare Foundation, the American Legion Auxiliary, Department of Florida, for the program year 2015-2016. In recognition of the designation as the #1 department in total contributions received from their volunteers in support of the annual program designed to meet the physical, mental, emotional, and spiritual needs of our nation's children throughout this productive year. Great job, Florida. I got one more thing. Okay, sit tight. All right, Madam President, sit tight. Matter of fact, Madam President, come on up here. Before we leave and take some pictures,
Okay.
I'd like to present to you the Child Welfare Diamond Pin. Want me to pin it?
Sure, right here.
To all of the auxiliary departments out there, keep up the good work. Thank you very much.
Here, let me just hold this up for you. Let me hold this on the shoulder. Okay. How about that? Is that better? Thank you, guys. You were awesome. I feel like I'm dancing up here. Thank you, Linda and Herbie, and of course to Jason. And congratulations, Florida and South Dakota. The Child Welfare Foundation was one part of the special project when I was department president, and I won the Garland Murphy Award. So I was pretty proud of that. And I will wear this pin proudly, as the Child Welfare Foundation means a lot to me. Thank you so much. Now, let's put our hands together as we welcome our 2015-2016 Honorary Junior President, Maggie Jones.
Hello, everyone. Madam National President, it's been such an honor serving as your honorary National Junior President this year. And I actually thank you for taking time to actually listen to all my concerns. All we ever hear is about how the juniors are the future of this organization, and they are. But if we don't give the juniors a reason to be interested and to remain a member, this organization that we know and we love and we cherish, it'll be no more. That means no more helping veterans and their families, no more distributing poppies, no more making those little tray favors, and no more learning about the flag etiquette. And I guess we don't need to collect those can tabs for the Ronald McDonald House anymore. These small things can make a huge difference, and these are what the juniors do. So if you'd like us to have a future and to keep doing these things, keep your juniors interested, keep them engaged, keep them educated about this program and what we do. Remember, they don't have to be active to do any of these things. They can do them at home or with you, the seniors. Keeping the promise can mean keeping your juniors active and keeping this organization alive. My project this year is called Stuffed with Love. I have asked juniors to collect stuffed animals and donate them to your local sheriff's departments, to police departments, homeless shelters, and DDSS departments. My goal was that if a child is put in a difficult situation, whether it be from a car accident or a situation where they're removed from home, they are given a stuffed animal that has been stuffed with love to hug and to love, and let them know that they're being thought of. And I have had huge success with this project and had great feedback from the different departments, as they are going to continue participating in Stuffed with Love. As I become a senior member this year, I will never forget the reason I am a part of this organization. I am here for my veterans and to assist in any way I can to improve their lives. Because of them, I have my freedom, and because of them, you all have your freedom. We deserve we don't deserve what they've given us. To go along with the term Legion family, my family is truly a Legion family. I'm proud that my family has juniors, auxiliary members, SAL members, and Legionnaires. But throughout my life, my family has extended. Everyone in this room is part of my family. All of you. And I would like to thank all of you for being part of my family. I love you all so dearly, just like I would my mother, my father, or a stranger on the street. I also would like to thank the great Department of North Carolina, wherever you are. I can see you. Stand up where there you are. You have always given me your support. And when I said I want to be the first honorary national junior president for North Carolina, and what did they say? Go for it, Maggie. You can do it. And here I am standing on this stage with wonderful, beautiful people, closing one of the best years of my life. So thank you for believing in me. Thank you for being there for me. I love you all so dearly. And I also have a gift for Madam President. Would you like to open it?
Yes, I would. I'd love to.
My hometown, Brevard, North Carolina. We are famous for our white squirrels.
I love it. Thank you so much. Thank you.
So now you have your own little stuffed with love.
Thank you. I love that.
And also, I'd like to give you my North Carolina pin.
Oh, thank you so much. Now, I have lots to give you, so don't hold it. I have several things to give her. First of all, my coin to remember our year.
Thank you. Matches my pen.
It does. And I have the privilege from National Commander of the Sons of the American Legion, Kevin Collier. He would have liked to make you a distinguished guest of his convention. And a citation of appreciation is presented to Maggie Jones, Honorary National Junior President of the American Legion Auxiliary, in recognition of outstanding contributions and in appreciation for dedicated service to the programs of the Sons of the American Legion. And it's signed by Kevin Collier, National Commander, and Brian O'Hearn, National Adjutant of the Sons of the American Legion. That's for you. Oh, you have more. Oh, yes. This is a personal gift from me to you, and there's some goodies inside for you.
That's wonderful.
I have a letter from Maggie that says, as National President of the American Legion Auxiliary, I'm pleased to present this letter to you confirming that as the Honorary Junior President for 2015-2016, you are in receipt of a scholarship in the amount of $3,000. And last but certainly not least, I want to thank Maggie because, as you know, we changed the junior program up a little bit. She was very gracious. She shared her ideas with me, and I listened. There's always improvement. As you all know, we change everything every year, just a little bit to tweak it, to make it better for our organization. But Maggie, on behalf of the national organization, I present to you this lovely gavel that has your name on it, your year, and Honorary National Junior President as a memory of serving your American Legion Auxiliary Juniors.
Thank you so much.
You are so welcome. You're wonderful. All right, let's step over here and get some pictures. Oh, I have to get my squirrel. Wait, I have to get my squirrel. I want my squirrel. And this is yours too. Thanks so much for being here. Thank you. Isn't she great?
This year, our juniors had the opportunity to attend not one, but 5 national junior meetings, 1 in each division, which meant we were able to reach more juniors. Attendees were enthusiastic as they participated in a variety of leadership activities, including flag folding and poppy making. Here to tell us more is National Junior Activities Committee Chairman Coral May Grau.
An amazing year for our junior members. We received 100% department reporting and the reports were full of wonderful activities. National junior meeting results were reported elsewhere, but it's important for everyone to hear about this program. We had 98 registrations, with over 80% of those juniors never having attended a national activity before. That's the highest attendance since 2005. The training topics were all leadership-oriented and easily adapted to the unit or department level. The patch program really took off. Have you seen the newest patch? Through the collaborative efforts of Kathy Taylor, the artists at National Headquarters, and the Junior Activities Committee, we have an exciting, new, beautiful history patch. Don't you wish the senior members could win these too? Juniors earned 1,228 patches, an increase over the number earned last year. Kudos to the Department of Alabama's juniors, who earned a whopping 624 patches. The activities in which our juniors were involved were extensive and exciting. Let's take a look at a few special activities. Juniors in the Department of Texas decided to conduct a Texas Purses for Homeless Female Veterans project. This was a collaborative project with the Department Community Service Committee. Between Facebook and emails, the flyer announcing the project went viral. Units started collecting purses and items with which to fill them. The juniors gathered more than 1,500 purses. They then filled the purses at their midwinter conference with donated items, including soaps, shampoo, and other toiletry items. As the juniors said, there were big purses, small ones, new purses with tags still on them, and even backpacks. Additional purses were distributed back to units to fill and take to local female veterans. Collaborating further with the Veterans Affairs and Rehabilitation Committee allowed the opportunity for distribution of the purses at various clinics in Texas. Can't you just see this project being introduced everywhere in our country by our juniors? Our congratulations go out to Savannah Warrer, junior member from Mid-Florida Lakes Unit 330, who became Miss Teen Texas 2015. Teens throughout Texas learned of her relationship with the American Legion Auxiliary. The juniors from the Department of Ohio were also involved in a myriad of activities. but one really stood out. Blessing Backpacks was Honorary Department President Emmeline Phillips' project and was supported by the entire Ohio American Legion family. At Department of School Instruction, Emmeline presented her project to the auxiliary and the juniors. She came prepared with 75 backpacks that the juniors decorated at the conference and were passed out to members who were asked to fill these backpacks with items that could be bought at Dollar Tree. She asked for socks, hats, gloves, personal items, goodies, card games, and notebooks, anything that could easily fit into the backpacks. Units could also make monetary donations. At the Midwinter Conference, members returned all the backpacks that were passed out at the School of Instruction, plus hundreds more. All were filled with the suggested items. At the conference, the juniors filled over 250 more backpacks with items that were bought and purchased by members. At the Department Junior Conference, the juniors filled another 100 backpacks. In case you weren't counting, that's 425 backpacks. And each was distributed to a veteran at either a VA medical center or a CEBOC, as well as needy and homeless veterans in Ohio. Congratulations for a very worthwhile, interesting project, Department of Ohio Juniors. Each year, the Junior Activities Committee receives nominations for the Junior Member of the Year. We received many outstanding submissions this year from across the country. Please join me in acknowledging the 2016 American Legion Auxiliary Junior Member of the Year, and she's in the audience, Deanna Woodburn, a member. In the back, under alternates. Deanna, who's seated with the alternates at the back of the hall, is a member of Capperman Unit number 44 in the Department of Indiana. Congratulations, Deanna. Finally, it's my pleasure to announce next year's honorary national vice presidents for the juniors. They are, drumroll, Central Division, Emmeline Phillips from the Department of Ohio, wherever you are. Eastern Division, no candidates. Northwestern Division, Jules Efta from the Department of Minnesota. Southern Division, Anissa Coronet from the Department of Texas. And from the Western Division, Jessica Vopel from the Department of Arizona. Congratulations and our best wishes for a terrific, wonderful year. Madam President, this concludes my platform remarks.
Thank you, Carol. Do you have any resolutions?
There are none.
I'd like to present you a coin. Thank you. You're welcome. You did great. Thank you.
You did, didn't
Thank you. They did. Since 1919, the American Legion Auxiliary story has been one of our members caring for our veterans, military, and their families. Through a collection of documents, books, photos, and artifacts, the History Committee conveys our story. Please welcome our National History Committee Chairman and National Headquarters Archivist, Kathy Taylor.
Madam National President, accept from those who have and share with those who have not. These words from U.S. Marine veteran Mark W. Boyer describe the work of what is the story of the American Legion Auxiliary. They also capture the efforts of the History Committee as we work in a constant cycle of giving and receiving. So that you have a better understanding of that to which I am referring, let's take a look at this year's cycle. We began the year by giving our department chairman a question to consider every day. What have I given today towards keeping my promise to collect, preserve, and share the story of the American Legion Auxiliary? We also provided them with advice, information, and resources. And we answered research questions that came to us from within and outside the organization. But we've also given in a slightly different manner this year by providing two new ways in which our members may take a more participatory role in the collecting and sharing of our story. First, in collaboration with the National President and National Historian, the Members Remember Project, where our members may video record their auxiliary memories and post on YouTube. And in partnership with the Junior Activities Committee, for our 9th through 12th grade junior members, the History Patch. These young ladies now have an opportunity to work with, learn from, and take ownership of the auxiliary's history. The receiving side of our cycle brought us many gifts. From the Department of Indiana, a black binder containing the partial history, meeting minutes, photos, and newspaper clippings belonging to the Osric Mills Watkins Unit 162. The value of this gift lies in its list of charter members, as one name stands out, that of Miss Pauline Koenig, our first national secretary. From the departments of California and New Mexico, as well as the Legion National Headquarters, a variety of auxiliary publications dating back to 1922. These gifts not only fill in gaps within our collection, but also provide valuable additional copies. From Units 25, 71, and 130 of South Carolina, and Units 13, 43, 146, and 286 of Tennessee, monetary donations. These gifts augment our annual budget, so we may take items such as that black binder from this to this. And from the Indiana Historical Society, with funding from Lilly Endowment, a Heritage Support Grant Award in the amount of $18,000. This money enables us to purchase the necessary equipment to begin organizing, cataloging, digitizing, preserving, and sharing online our photo and magazine collections. Everyone will soon be able to access the headquarters collections and learn our history through the materials we'll provide. To increase the odds for non-members to discover the auxiliary, these same digital images will be shared on two other websites: the Indiana Memory Project, hosted by the Indiana State Library, and the Digital Public Library of America. In other words, our collections will be accessible on 3 different websites. And put your learning caps on, ladies, as the Auxiliary History blog, where you will learn about our officers, programs, and a myriad of other interesting items, will come to fruition. So, there's the cycle. It's been a busy year. and there's much more work to be done. We thank all those who throughout the years have played a role in the preservation of our history. While we are not a mission outreach committee, the work we do is important. Why? We accept and share pertinent items because learning from our past provides us a greater opportunity to influence our future. We preserve and share the story so you can tell everyone who we are, what we do, and why we matter. And finally, we accept the opportunity to work this cycle because for us, it's a labor of love. Best expressed in the words of 19th century American philosopher William James, "The great use of a life is to spend it for something that outlasts it." Madam National President, this concludes my platform remarks.
Are there any resolutions, Kathy?
No, Madam President, there are not.
Thank you for all your hard work and what you do. I appreciate it. She does a great job for us, ladies. Through our national security program, members hope to ease the minds of our deployed service members so they won't worry about their loved ones at home and can focus on the monumental task of protecting our country. Here to tell us more about auxiliary members stepping up and reaching out to help military families is National Security Committee Chairman Kathy Dodestall.
Madam National President, leaving loved ones for a work trip is never an easy thing, but there is added stress when you're a service member being deployed or mobilized with limited communication for an extended period of time. Our service members need to know that their families are safe, secure, and supported on the home front so they can stay focused on their mission. This is where the American Legion Auxiliary comes in, keeping our promise to those who protect us. Together, we implemented and provided programs and activities that eased the worries of our service members while reaching out to helping care for their families. Members answered the call. From deployment to welcome home ceremonies and support for those stateside, members rallied behind our service members and their families, as evidenced by 100% of departments reporting. Erica Adams, a veteran and a member of Box Elder Unit 315 in South Dakota, organized Operation Warm Hugs during the holidays. Having experienced deployment herself, she knew the importance of a clean pillowcase at the end of a day. The unit decorated pillowcases and stuffed them full of comfort items before sending them to troops overseas. George A. Fitzgerald, Unit 65 in South Dakota, also presented pillowcases. These to the Guardsmen of the 196th Maneuver Enhancement Brigade as they deployed. Included with each pillowcase was a note of encouragement and a prayer for their safe return. Members rallied the community in support of their deployed service members. They worked with their Legion family and community to gather treats and lots of comfort items for their care packages. Local schools provided cards and notes of encouragement. Community members also helped to fill the boxes. Robin Wetzler, Unit 139 in Utah, filled Santa hats full of goodies and cards to send to deployed troops overseas, along with blankets and snack items. They also supplied over 450 items to the local family readiness group to be distributed as needed. Cookies are very popular with deployed troops, as well as those stateside. A unit in Delaware reached out to a local restaurant for help with a cookie drive. Bob Evans donated the dough, and a local high school assisted by baking and decorating the cookies. Auxiliary members, and even the state's adjutant general, were on hand to supervise the project. The cookies were packaged up by a different unit, with 109 packages of cookies being shipped to our troops. Members from all over baked dozens and dozens of cookies for stateside service members and military families too. The promise to the families of our service members was not forgotten either. Members assisted with daycare, yard work, and other tasks that they needed assistance with. Units hosted back-to-school parties, as well as Halloween and Christmas parties for the children. Deployment is especially hard on military kids, and our members recognize this. They went above and beyond to make the children feel special and loved while their parent was away. A unit in Virginia implemented a project that takes a photo of the deployed parent, transfers the image onto a pillowcase, and then presents it to the child. If the child is missing their parent, they can give the pillow a tight hug or even talk things out with their huggy. Many members promoted Red Fridays, or Remember Everyone Deployed, by wearing red shirts each Friday. This was a simple yet significant way to show recognition for all deployed personnel and to keep it in the public eye. Another simple project that members actively worked was the clipping of coupons. With the addition of e-coupons, we learned that many commissaries no longer accept paper coupons. With a lot of creativity and diligence, members learned how to find the commissaries, both stateside and abroad, that still accepted coupons, and they learned to check the addresses before they send out the packages. When the deployed service members returned home, members went all out to host welcome home parties and events. Once again, they worked with their local communities and made sure that those returning knew they were appreciated for everything they do. Keeping our promise to our service members and their families is who the American Legion Auxiliary is and why we do what we do. Madam President, that concludes my platform remarks.
Are there any resolutions, Kathy? Are there any resolutions?
No, Madam President, there are not. Thank you.
I kind of fell into a welcome home when I flew into Gillette, Wyoming. They had been gone for a year, and when we walked in the terminal, here was their families to greet them. So that was a really neat experience too. So as you see, we are afforded many great opportunities, even when they're not planned. Thanks to the American Legion Auxiliary's enthusiastic members, the beautiful red poppy, which symbolizes the sacrifices made by our veterans, has come alive across the nation. This year, I had the honor to participate in the laying a wreath at Moena Michaels' grave in Georgia, the Poppy Lady, a small gesture to help keep her memory alive in the minds of our members and the community. Here to tell us more about connecting the visual image of the poppy with the sacrifices made by our veterans is Lori Scalarud, our National Poppy Committee Chairman. Lori?
Good morning. This has been an exciting year in the American Legion Auxiliary Poppy program. Our members have been very busy keeping their promise to our veterans by showing their support. We continue to see changes taking place with our poppies. There are now poppies found across the country made of various materials, including the felt poppy that started in California, the sheer fabric poppy of Minnesota, the crocheted poppies that started in South Carolina, and even water bottle poppies that started in New York. Of course, we can't downplay our beautiful red crepe paper poppy. Many other poppy patterns have also been seen on Pinterest, even poppy jewelry. Our new label tags have also been great change for our poppy program. And yes, units can make their own labels. We also have a newly revised poppy program guide. Our units have worked diligently this year to keep our poppy program in the forefront of our communities and our organization. Unit Chairman Lori Rail of Unit 210, Waupun, Wisconsin, was very creative in making a poppy chair. It is brightly painted with poppies on the seat, and in Flanders Field is printed around the seat. This helped keep the poppy in the public eye while invoking conversation about the story of the poppy. The story of the poppy, the poem In Flanders Fields, and the story of Mowena Michael, the poppy lady, have been told in schools throughout the country. As always, school classrooms were invited to participate in the poppy poster contest. Unit 9 of Brunswick, Georgia, made a poppy anchor that was ceremoniously placed in the river to float away, leaving a trail of red, reflecting on the response written by Mowena Michael to the poem In Flanders Fields. The blood of heroes never die, but lends a luster to the red of the flower that blooms above the dead in Flanders Field. Norfolk Unit 603 of New York made water bottle poppies. They were displayed in vases and centerpieces with ribbons in honor of past veterans. They also accepted donations for these poppies that were displayed in a field of poppies. Puerto Rico participated by having a Mrs. Poppy contest, along with their Little Miss Poppy and Miss Poppy contests. The Department of Florida reported that the Charlotte Correctional Facility inmates who are members of a Facility American Legion post produced 30,640 poppies for the Department of Florida. Poppies were pinned on city, county, and state government officials, along with senators and representatives and governors across the country. Poppy proclamations were signed by dignitaries in cities and towns. We continue keeping our promise as we raise funds for our veterans, our active duty military, and their families. Thank you, Madam President. This concludes my platform remarks. I can.
Okay. We have a guest that we would like to introduce to you. Lori, would you like to do the honors?
I am very proud to present Jasmine Harris as our Little Miss Poppy. She is from the Department of Florida.
You're good. Okay. She's great.
Thank you. I was so excited when I got the letter that said I have been picked to be National Little Miss Poppy for 2015-2016. I really need to thank my unit, Pine Castle Memorial, Unit 286, Department of Florida, and our unit president last year, Sandy Stepp. And also my mom, Tara Harris, my Nana, Robin Shellhammer, and Miss Debbie for coming here with me to Cincinnati. I loved handing out the poppies to veterans and listening to their stories all year long, wherever we were. I also want to thank my unit, Pine Castle Memorial, Unit 286, Department of Florida, and our unit president last year, Sandy Stepp. And also my mom, Tara Harris, my Nana, Robin Shellhammer, and Miss Debbie for coming here with me to Cincinnati. I loved handing out the poppies to veterans and listening to their stories all year long, wherever we were. I thought that it was really cool when I got to present a poppy to the Orlando Mayor, Buddy Dyer. I visited veterans at nursing homes in Orlando. I got to help out at the bowling alley where veterans at the Lake Nona domiciliary got to go, and many other places. But my favorite was going over to Melbourne and visiting veterans of Project SEDS. That's a project that Miss Ann started to help the homeless veterans wash their clothes. The kids at my school even bring food in for me to take over to there. And at my birthday party, we collected over 200 pairs of socks for them. Thank you once again for choosing me to represent the whole United States.
Isn't she great, ladies? Let's go right over here and take some pictures. For you. I think she represents us well, don't you, ladies? Thank you for everything you do for our veterans and ladies. Thank you so much. And escorting her today from the Department of Florida is the alternate National Executive Committeeman, Art Schwabe, 37. Lori, do you have any resolutions?
No, there are no resolutions and no recommendations.
Thank you. Great job. Thank you so much. Thank you, Lori. We must always remember that poppies are a memorial tribute to all those who shed their blood for freedom. That's all the message we need to be taking to our communities and our future generations. The red poppy symbolizes the price of freedom, and your donations support those who've paid the ultimate price. They're doing a great job training those young people with Alan and now little Jasmine. So good job, Florida. Every day, our service members are fighting for our freedom. As advocates for our veterans, it is our duty to ensure our legislators are thinking about what our military faces while deployed and what they will need when they return. Please welcome to the stage National Legislative Committee Chairman Lisa Williamson.
Thank you, Madam National President. Actor and activist Gary Sinise said, "Freedom and security are precious gifts that we as Americans should never take for granted. We must do all we can to extend our hand in times of need for those who willingly sacrifice each day to provide that freedom and security. While we can never do enough to show gratitude to our nation's defenders, we can always do a little more." I think that sums up the legislative program, don't you? I can't hear you, don't you? Thank you. Our legislative program provides information and assistance to members to advocate the American Legion's legislative agenda. We work as a family, together, undivided and strong. This year, strong relationships were key to advocacy. Two-way communication between the National Committee and department chairman was instrumental in obtaining 100% reporting, both mid-year and year-end reports. Yes, give all of yourselves a great big pat on the back. Relationships were also forged with elected officials at all levels of the government, local, state, and national. These connections have given Congress, state legislators, and city councils a better understanding of veterans and service members' trials and tribulations. Being on the same page makes for better policies. I had the privilege this year to work directly with the American Legion Legislative Commission Chairman Brett Rystad from the Department of Virginia. Remember, our legislative priorities are those of the Legion's priorities. We are a team. Each winter, our legislative program takes center stage as members of the American Legion family head to Washington, D.C. for the Washington, D.C. conference. Armed with the Legion's legislative agenda and point papers, Legion family members stormed the Hill, visiting their elected officials en masse. Accountability was the watchword of the national commander as he testified before a joint session of the Veterans Affairs Committees on a number of issues, including VA appeals, transitioning service members' assistance, and of course, protecting the American flag. Although this conference is when the legislative program is front and center, we continue to foster those relationships and kept the issues facing our veterans and military forefront of the discussion year-round. The ALA Mini Council does just that. There are 37 members of Congress between the House and the Senate that sit on the Veterans Affairs Committees. Should individual contact need to be made with these members of Congress, we have ALA members with an existing personal relationship to each of these congressmen identified and ready to do just that. Another great tool is the Legion's legislative action alerts. As a side note, I don't know if you received your email on your smartphones this morning. I just received an action alert. Please act upon it. Our members continue to utilize this as they write their members of Congress when the vote is near. If you haven't signed up to receive those action alerts, please write this down. Visit www.legion.org/takeaction. It's on your screens right now. I challenge you to do so today and immediately take that action alert that went out this morning. I cannot stress to you enough how important it is to remain in contact with your elected officials and members of Congress when you are at home. One member in the Department of Florida, Dominique Marie Ryder of John G. Doran Memorial Unit 158, sprung into action when she learned that women Air Force service pilots, or WASPs, were being denied internment at Arlington Cemetery. Having a relationship with Congressman David Jolley, Dominique contacted him. He co-sponsored a bill to allow this right for women. And on May 20th of this year, the bill became law. Not once did Dominique have to travel to Washington, D.C. to meet with Congressman Jolley. She kept it on the front burner just from home. So it can be done. This nicely ties into Goal 5 of the Centennial Plan about raising awareness, don't you think? The Legion family in the Department of Minnesota, where are you? Put the Washington, D.C. conference front and center by dedicating several pages of their monthly newspaper, distributed to over 85,000 Legion family members. Electronic versions were emailed to their elected officials as well. In home districts, members hosted legislative receptions, planned meet the candidate nights, and requested their attendance at community ceremonies. We didn't forget about our state and local elected officials either. Ronald Reagan knew the sacrifices of our military. Supporting our veterans, service members, and their families continues to be the mission of the American Legion Auxiliary. They made a promise to our country. Let's keep our promise to them. Madam President, this concludes the platform remarks of the legislative program.
Thank you. Great job. Thanks. Are there any resolutions?
Thankfully, no.
Thank you. All right, we need to practice. I'm not seeing them. You need to bring them with you every day. Now you don't even have to stand up. I just want to see them. We've heard lots of great things this morning, and I'm not seeing but 10 towels out of 800 people. Come on, all right? You got it? All right. Okay. As many of you know, I chose the Auxiliary Emergency Fund as my passion project. The idea of members helping members has always warmed my heart. But the true need for this program really hit home for me when a tornado tore through my home state of Illinois. And I personally witnessed the loss and devastation that can happen after a natural disaster or personal tragedy. Earlier this year, I had the privilege of talking on the phone with one of our members who recently suffered a personal tragedy. And as a result of her situation, she found it impossible to keep a roof over her family's head and food on the table. That's when the American Legion Auxiliary's Auxiliary Emergency Fund stepped up and changed her life for the better. Let's watch.
My name is Carrie, and I'm an American Legion Auxiliary member, and this is my story.
A relatively new auxiliary member, Carrie quickly found a home at Unit 62 in Peoria, Arizona.
My husband Stephen was an Iraq War veteran, and he joined the American Legion a few years ago. Subsequently, I joined the auxiliary, and I work in food service, so I was happy to volunteer in the kitchen when needed.
Carrie received a phone call from Stephen, who was working in the oil fields of North Dakota.
Stephen called me at 4 in the morning, and he was upset that he was sick, and he went into the hospital and they ran some tests, and they did a scan. The scan showed that he had a large tumor on his kidney. I flew up there that same day, got there that evening, and the doctors told us that he had stage 4 kidney cancer that had already spread.
Unfortunately, Stephen's cancer was extremely aggressive.
Stephen was offered very good medical care through the VA, and he was outsourced a few times. He was offered every medication and treatment option available for his type of cancer. Unfortunately, with the aggressive nature of his cancer, nothing worked. And we realized that we needed to be making some final plans, decisions real quick.
2 months before Stephen passed away, Carrie received more devastating news.
I was admitted to the hospital with some abdominal cramping and was told that I had stage 3 colon cancer.
Carrie and Stephen's 2 children, Alex and Kimberly, were 16 and 23 at the time.
So it was really shocking to find out when my father was diagnosed. I didn't really expect anything like that. But when my mom was also diagnosed with cancer too, I couldn't believe it at all. Like, none of this really processed through my mind. It was just really devastating.
You never think your family's going to be one that's affected by cancer, but when you find out it's your dad, you can't help but be shocked and sad, and everything hits you all at once, and you can't imagine things getting any worse. And then you find out it's not just your dad, it's your mom as well.
I remember the first day of chemo that I had, because that same morning I put my husband in hospice, and that was the day that I went numb.
On September 29, 2015, Stephen lost his battle with cancer. Carrie's struggles were only just beginning.
I began my chemotherapy, it was every other Tuesday for 6 months. My American Legion family really stepped in to help me. Everything from bringing me and my family food to eat, helping to clean my house, driving me to and from a couple of chemo appointments, even getting my hair done. My American Legion family really stepped in. This is when it all started.
Our unit for 28 years has made donations to the AEF Fund. This year, we were devastated when one of our own truly needed it.
When the unit realized the situation that Carrie was in, we immediately thought that the National AEF program would be able to assist her. We were amazed at how fast the money was able to come through because she needed it desperately.
On top of the strain of losing the love of her life and father of her children, Carrie's health struggles were just beginning. Carrie's monthly income decreased significantly, and because the chemotherapy lowered her immune system, she was ordered to limit her exposure with the public. That kept her from working to support her family.
In addition to all the great help that I got from my local unit, the AEF financial help really couldn't have come at a better time. I had 2 months left before I could return to work, and that money from the AEF came in and helped me bridge my house payment and electricity payment until I was able to return to work. I don't know what I would have done without that help.
After remarkable sorrow and hardship, Carrie has developed a new look at life and living.
I am back to work. I am back to working out at the gym. And I am back to actively volunteering at my unit. And I hope to chair a program, hopefully even the AEF. Whether you are going through an illness or you are healthy, positivity is contagious.
There's only 3 words I can think of to describe how my mother made it through chemo.
I live my life every day with love, light, and laughter, and I hope that everyone around me can see it.
I'm really proud of my mom because of what she's done and what she's gone through. I can tell that this has changed her attitudes to look at things a better way, and it makes me want to look at things better ways too.
And Alex is honoring his father's memory by joining the military.
I enlisted to the United States Coast Guard, and I leave off later in the summer for boot camp. And part of the reason why I wanted to go into the Coast Guard is because my dad was in the military too, so I kind of want to just keep it going through my generation.
Thanks to the Auxiliary Emergency Fund, Carrie and many other members have received the help they needed to get them through difficult times. Please be generous with your fundraising efforts and personal donations to this worthy program.
Isn't she amazing? I was honored to do a phone interview with Carrie. And
please welcome from Unit 62 in Peoria, Arizona, Carrie Aberly.
In case you can't tell, I didn't know she was here. Surprise! Surprise! What an awesome surprise this is.
I don't have much to say. I just want to thank you for everything that you do. All of you, thank you so much. And your daughter for all the sacrifices they made. He's in the Coast Guard boot camp this minute.
He's in her son's in the Coast Guard boot camp this minute.
Right this minute.
And I gave her coins for both of her children because of their courage and strength for their family. Thank you. Well, yeah, they said it's hard to surprise you, but when they do it big, don't they? Okay, for nearly 50 years, due primarily to generous legacy gifts from our members, the American Legion Auxiliary has been able to offer temporary grant assistance to members in need, keeping the promise not only to our veterans, but to our members. Please welcome National Auxiliary Emergency Fund Chairman, Beth McGann.
All I can say is I'm glad I had my towel with me. Once upon a time, there was a kind and special lady named Helen Colby Small who belonged to a growing women's service organization called the American Legion Auxiliary. Helen thought that starting an emergency fund to help other members during difficult times would be the right thing to do. From her estate came the first donation, which established the American Legion Auxiliary Fund, or AEF. But this isn't the end of the story. Fast forward almost 50 years, when another kind and special lady, now National President of the American Legion Auxiliary, decided to keep Helen's promise of helping members and announced that her President's project for 2015-2016 would be the Auxiliary Emergency Fund. National President Sharon Knatzer set a noble goal of $232,500 this time last year. And from that time on, departments, units, and members have gone all out to make her proud and to keep the fund sustainable for not only our current members, but our future members. And thanks to all of you who have generously donated to the AEF fund, we were pushed over the goal, and we are over $35,000. And you all did it. Wave those flags. I am happy to report that all 52 departments have donated to the AEF this year. And they have significantly raised the awareness of AEF by educating members about the application process and how members keep their promise to help other members in need. Many departments and units reporting using the how-to sheets in the plan of action. Diva events were held like the one by Department of Iowa to raise funds. The event was held at their midwinter conference and featured vendors and students from a local cosmetology school. Members of the Legion family enjoyed the services, especially the hand massages, and the event earned $500. Also in Iowa, Swisher Unit 671 increased their AEF donations by 300%. Just by asking the members to give up a favorite thing for 1 week and donating the savings. Amazing how something this simple can increase the donations. Oak Orchard Riverdale Unit 28, Department of Delaware, held a dinner with a very talented local entertainer, Brian Clark. The attendees included members of other Eastern Division departments and our Eastern Division National Vice President, Helen Skelton, who all enjoyed the evening. The unit was able to increase their previous donation and contributed $3,000 from the fundraiser. Yoo-hoo! Units organized water bottle coin collections or variations of the theme like piggy banks, paper bags, and teapots to collect their coins, donations coin by coin. The Department of New York, over there, they went with bigger bottles to collect the coins. They said no dimes for them, they wanted quarters. Water bottle coin collections were also successful in the Department of South Carolina, especially by Unit 15 Sumter and Unit 178 Murrells Inlet. The Department of Indiana held a pirate challenge and surpassed their goal of $12,500 with the help of members from Kokomo Unit 6 who sold pies to benefit AEF, and their junior members like Kelsey Johnson, Milltown Unit 332, and juniors of Pierceton Unit 258, who together raised $256 by collecting pennies for the challenge. Way to go, girls. There were many postings on the AEF Facebook group depicting how members use unique ways to collect funds while having fun as they continued their promise and commitment for other members. Ruth Patterson, Department of Arizona, Unit 19 Yuma. She single-handedly raised $972 by selling baked goods once a month at her post. That's a lot of cakes and cookies and pies. Way to go, Ruth. The amount she collected was $300 more than the unit raised the previous year. She is truly an ALA rock star. Unit members held informational seminars about how the AEF can help members in need and educated them in the application process and handed out brochures at meetings and during events. AEF lapel pins were given to members who donated $50 or more, and certificates of appreciation were handed out at department conferences and convention. The purpose of the AEF is to offer financial assistance through grants for emergency situations. And unfortunately, there were many devastating weather-related disasters this year all across the country, from floods in Missouri and Texas, and most recently Louisiana, to tornadoes in central U.S. and fireflies in California. With your generous donation, the AEF was able to award 14 disaster grants. But weather is not the only thing that affects our members. Life changes can dramatically impact financial circumstances, perhaps due to the death of a spouse, medical issues, or loss of jobs. 23 financial grants were presented to ALA members who found themselves needing help. Many notes of gratitude were received by the National Committee, AEF Committee, for the financial assistance provided to them. The moral of the story, when you help other people, you help yourself. It's impossible not to feel great when you do good for other people. I encourage you to continue Helen's and Sharon's legacy by donating to AEF whenever possible. Consider including a charitable gift in your estate plans, which will continue your support for this organization that we all love. Madam National President Sharon, it has been my honor to serve as the National AEF Chairman this year. It was a rewarding experience for me to see firsthand the generosity and concern of our members for other members in times of need. The American Legion Auxiliary truly embrace your theme of keeping the promise not only to our veterans, military, and their families, but to each other.
And Beth and I can count. That slide was made before the new total. We are at over $266,000.
Amazing. Aren't they amazing people?
They are amazing. Thank you for everything. Thank you. The committee did an awesome job this year getting the word out, and thank you so much for all of your support of this project. Oh, are there any resolutions? I forgot to ask you. Beth, you have any resolutions?
No, Madam President.
Thank you. This is exciting, isn't it? Woo! Okay, we have had a packed morning. Great guests, great reports, and great surprises. Yes. The chair asks the National Secretary to call attention to the rest of the day's events.
It's nice when you can pull a surprise off on someone. Okay, I'm cognizant of the time, so I'm going to kind of breeze through some of these. So as my late mother would say, listen up. Installation rehearsal will take place in this room immediately following this morning's session. That includes current national officers and the candidates for 2016-17 national offices. So hang in this room. A reminder that we have several Centennial Strategic Plan breakout sessions going on this afternoon. They are 100% registered full. Another reminder, please, when we have speakers at the microphone addressing the delegation, the convention body, please refrain from talking. I've had a few notes come up here that it's really hard to hear when your neighbors are talking amongst themselves, so just be conscious of that, please. I'm going to take a matter of personal privilege and thank Donna Ray from the Department of Ohio. Donna is terrific at the care and feeding of National Headquarters staff. And the cookies, cakes, and Buckeyes that she brought in are, for some of us, breakfast and lunch and dinner. We will be on a total sugar high by Thursday. So thank you, Donna. Remember, we're having an ALA photo contest. Don't forget to use your hashtag AUXCON when you post your pictures on Twitter and Instagram, and check your emails daily for updates and instructions. Meetings. So far, the meetings that I know about that will be happening tomorrow, the 2016-17 Leadership Committee is asked to meet at Table 60 following the Woman of the Year Luncheon with Jerry Greenwell. And the 2016-17 Junior Activities Committee is asked to meet by the Illinois sign. Illinois, make some noise. By the Illinois sign immediately on adjournment of this session. Doors open tomorrow at 7:40. We are still starting at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning for a session tomorrow morning. Today, the 2016-17 NEC 101 is in room 252, and it's going to start right at 12:30, or when we all get there. But so to expedite that, you go up the escalator, make a U-turn to your right, and it's the third room on the right. So again, that's in room 252. And National President Sharon reminds me that it's her expectation that every NEC member for next year is expected to attend. And I want to make note, there will be time for NEC 101 attendees to get to the strategic plan breakout sessions. They're in close proximity, so that's not an excuse not to attend NEC 101. Now, States dinner tickets. There are still a few States dinner tickets available at the office. Some departments have sent me notes about tickets they have to sale for the moment. If departments have tickets to sale, just leave a message, drop a piece of paper off at the office, convention office, because right now headquarters still has some tickets available to sell. This is an important announcement. Tomorrow, the Woman of the Year luncheon is being moved to the Hyatt Regency, to the Hyatt in the Regency, the Hyatt Hotel in the Regency room. That's where we were for the Constitution and Bylaws pre-convention meeting. We love Ohio, and we love Cincinnati, and we love all the hospitality we've gotten. We just didn't get quite on the same page with Mother Nature. And as a result of that, the Millennium Hotel has had its own share of problems. In the spirit of goodwill, the hotel has had its share of problems which have affected us, one of which is that the air conditioning in the room which we were to have the luncheon is out. So I want to just give a quick thank you to National Headquarters staff who's been really scrambling to try to figure out a way to make this luncheon come off. And so thank you to the Hyatt. We'll have more details about that tomorrow, but just park that in your brains right now that we are going to be moving across the street to the Hyatt. And the reception likewise will be over there. We are live streaming, and we have cameras up above. So this would be a really good time to everybody look up and let's together say, American Legion Auxiliary rocks. 1, 2, 3. American Legion Auxiliary rocks. Woo! And to round out my updates for right now, here's how we're going to rock. How many of you found one of these little things on your chair? All right. We are among the top 2 leaders vying for this $6,000 grant, which will be awarded at the end of September. It's a voting thing. It's a voting every day thing. It's a voting every day thing with every email address you have thing. And it's putting it as a calendar reminder. If you have Outlook or whatever your desktop program is you use, make a daily reminder so that it pops up and the instructions are right there. You just open the reminder and everything is right there and you don't have to go fiddling to look back for emails. Now, I want to thank the National Adjutant Dan Wheeler. I went over and I talked with him about this and I said, is there any way we can get this information to your Legion Convention delegates? And I also want to thank National Headquarters staff because very late at night we made 3,500 copies and the Legion delegations now have them. Now, tomorrow, correct, tomorrow. We'll have them tomorrow. So here's the deal. How many of you know somebody here in the American Legion? We can win this thing here at convention if all of us vote every day, and some of us legitimately vote 3 and 4 times a day because that's how many email addresses we have. And we get all our Legion counterparts here, our Legion friends, family, every day now through September to vote. I'm going to remind you all, we helped them win the $250,000 Pepsi Grant Challenge. They won it because American Legion Auxiliary members were diligent about voting. We're asking for the favor to be returned, asking for all of you to encourage them, be assertive about it, to please help us out and vote. $6,000 may not sound like a lot of money to some people, but I tell you, it's 1 or 2 really important American Legion Auxiliary Foundation grants. So you heard the story about AEF. You know how what seems like a relatively small amount of money can have a huge impact for somebody who needs it. So let's go win this thing. Okay, Madam President.
Thank you, Debbie. Before we recess for the day, we all know that our national convention would not happen without our entire national headquarters staff. So how about a round of applause? Because as you know, our staff comes and goes to keep both our headquarters in Indianapolis open and keep our convention running. Let's let them know how much we appreciate everything they do, not just today, but every day. And one more special recognition to the man behind the curtain. Our production master, the one that makes this whole thing look good, and the one that surprises me, JP, Mr. John Posel. Yay, JP. Thank you to all the national chairmen who presented and to all of our special guests, including those from the American Legion and the Sons of the American Legion who stopped by to visit today. This concludes the opening session of the 2016 National Convention, and we are now recessed, as you heard, till 8 a.m. in the morning.
Only true in fairy tales, meant for someone else, but not for me. Our love was out to get me. That's the way it seemed. Disappointment haunted all my dreams. Then then I saw her face. Now I'm a believer, not a trace of doubt in my mind. I'm a believer, I couldn't leave her if I tried. I thought love was more or less a given thing. Seems the more I gave, the less I got. What's the use in trying? All you get is pain. When I needed sunshine and not rain. Well, then I saw her face. Now I'm a believer, not a trace of doubt in my mind. I'm in love. I'm a believer. I couldn't leave her if I tried. Then I saw her face. Now I'm a believer, not a trace of doubt in my mind. I'm in love. I'm a believer. I couldn't leave her if I tried. Yes, I saw her
Ladies, if you're in the installation, please meet down front by the Idaho sign. Sit right here in the chairs.
Hey, top of the morning to you, Lisa. You smoothie, me ice cold pizza, cafe